of fun things to do. Saturday's not going to be too bad. It's Sunday morning.
And a little cold's
cold.
maybe better than rain, so you can bundle up.
I agree. The sun will be out. Just put on the puffy coat. You'll be fine.
See you tomorrow morning starting at 4 a.m.
That's right.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to let you know a number of things that we are watching today, and first give you a live look right now at the White House, Washington, D.C. Snow on the ground there like it is in much of the country. We are certainly bracing for a Florida freeze, and we'll talk more about that coming up in just a couple of minutes. But we are waiting for a cabinet meeting. President Trump going to be joined by members of his administration for this cabinet meeting scheduled for any minute now, and we will bring that to you live from the cabinet room of the White House when that begins. It's going to be interesting to hear his remarks and hear from some of his cabinet secretaries, including the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who has come under fire in some ways this week after what's been going on in Minnesota and her reaction to the latest shooting there. We did hear earlier from Border Czar Tom Homan at a news conference in Minneapolis. But it's going to be interesting to hear from Secretary Noem. We also know that the funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security, one of the things that is really coming under a lot of scrutiny by Senate Democrats, especially ahead of a vote on funding bills to keep the government open and operating. Let me give you a live look right now at the Senate floor, where we have just in the last little bit heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican from South Dakota, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat from New York, speaking and talking about the upcoming funding bills. There is going to be a procedural vote today around 11:30 is when that is expected on the funding package of 6 different funding bills that includes the DHS, Department of Homeland Security funding bill that Democrats have vowed not to support because they want ICE reined in. And so we will see what happens with that. If the Democrats do want to strip that ICE funding or DHS funding from that package, then it would have to advance. So we'll see what happens in this procedural vote today. If it does move forward, that's certainly no indication that Democrats are still not going to fight it. That is just another step in that process. So we will see that deadline for the funding bills to pass coming up on Friday. This is John Barrasso, Republican whip, I believe, and so we are continuing to monitor things in D.C., and we'll also check in on the Senate floor again coming up in just a couple of minutes. But first, I want to give you a live look at downtown Orlando right now. It is shaping up to be a nice day, but we are bracing for more cold. Don't be fooled by this little bit of a warm-up because the coldest weather is still on the way. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I hear we have some cold weather coming. Is that right?
All right. The Florida Chamber of Commerce told me I couldn't talk about it. So it's going to be sunny. We're not going to have any rain in the forecast. It'll be a beautiful weekend.
Oh, just if you're inside looking out the windows, yes.
So perfect. You see the palm trees blowing in the breeze. It'll be nice. Oh. But yeah, then there's the part about the temperature. It's going to be freezing, really cold, Garrett. We're talking the coldest weather in 16 years. And the wind chill is going to be in the single digits and teens on Sunday morning. So there's that. That's what they didn't want me to talk about. All right, let's get to the forecast today. Today will be comparatively nice. It'll be about 65 this afternoon for the high. And that's still about 7 degrees below normal, but it's a lot better than the freezing weather we've had. In fact, today and tomorrow are going to be arguably pretty pleasant. Tomorrow's high is near 70 degrees. Kind of cool in the morning. We'll have 30s and 40s tonight. But as far as the forecast goes, this is where the changes lay. Saturday, Arctic front moves through. We're going to see highs on Sunday only in the 40s after morning lows in the mid-20s. A hard freeze. There could be a couple of showers, especially Saturday night. And here's why. We've got a weak area of low pressure, weak initially, rolling from the northern Gulf through Florida, bringing with it some rain showers Friday afternoon and Friday night. Once it clears our region, it hits the Atlantic and becomes a powerful nor'easter. Big snowstorm bringing really, really heavy and unusually placed snows to the southeast, including South Carolina. They'll occasionally get some snow, but it's somewhat rare. But there could be places that get a foot of snow. This is a big deal for that region. It'll be crippling snow for them. For us, though, this will have a mechanical function. It will by force send Arctic air into our region. It won't really be a secondary cold front. It's more of just an air mass shift from one place to another. I guess you could argue that there'd be some sort of a boundary to identify it as a cold front. But the bottom line is this. It's going to be extremely windy on Saturday, winds gusting over 40 miles an hour, and that'll help to transport in that Arctic Express. So by Sunday morning, with the breeze continuing and temperatures in the 20s, we'll see wind chill readings that we haven't seen here in years. It'll feel like it's between 8 and 15 degrees. These are the actual lows Sunday morning. 24 Orlando, 28 in Melbourne. In fact, you go down to Miami, it'll be 37 degrees down there. That for them, that's ridiculous. That's like iguana dropping weather for sure. Could actually kill some of those iguanas once you get up into Fort Myers and Sebring up in Highlands County. The northernmost range for those iguanas will be in the zone of the upper 20s, and that could definitely take them out whenever there's a hard freeze. Of course, they're exotic, so I mean, we're not really rooting for them. I guess they're kind of cute, but they're not really great to have in the environment. But that said, we don't really have to worry about that here in Central Florida, but what we do have to worry about is the wind chill. Look at that, 14 will be the feels-like temperature on Sunday morning in Orlando, probably varying between about 12 and 15 degrees, with 8 to 10 degrees for Ocala. Down in Miami, it'll feel like it's in the lower to middle 20s. That's really, really, really cold. This is the story. The story is the cold, and it's going to be 2 nights of hard freezes. Sunday's highs will be hard-pressed to get out of the mid-40s. 46 is optimistic for Orlando on Sunday, about 52 in Fort Myers, 54 in Miami. That's cold for Miami as well. Focusing on Miami because folks there are definitely not built for this. They are not used to this weather. Monday morning, another hard freeze. What does it mean for a hard freeze? It's temperatures that are at 28 degrees or colder for greater than 3 hours. In both nights, we face a freeze that could last for more than 8 hours. It'll fall below freezing on Saturday night, probably around 11 o'clock p.m., and then probably won't rise above freezing till maybe 10 a.m. on Sunday morning, maybe 10:30. So it's going to be like the better part of the night, maybe the better part of 12 hours. And then the next time, once we get into Sunday night into Monday morning, we're going to be looking at about an 8 to 10 hour freeze with temperatures routinely below 28 degrees. So today, our Fox 35 Storm Team alert is lifting. The cold morning is now transitioning to a pleasant afternoon. That transition complete tomorrow with a high of 70. Good weather to prepare your house or whatever you need to do to get ready for this cold. 56 degrees Saturday, windy, winds gusting over 40 miles an hour. A couple of showers around as well. Looking ahead to Sunday and Monday, nothing but blue skies and sunny. Groundhog Day, ironically, is Monday, and it is just going to be really cold. Garrett, you've got to go back to December 28th and 29th, 2010, about 16 years ago, to find weather that was this cold. There's also talk of flurries that are in the forecast as a potential for Tampa Bay. Essentially, it's you know how there's lake effect snow in the Great Lakes? Mm-hmm. This would be like a Gulf effect snow. It's a very narrow window of potential Saturday night into Sunday. It may just come down as drizzle on the Gulf Coast, not in Orlando, but it would just be like west of US 19. Everything has to come together for that to happen, but it would be possible. And the last time that flurries were reported in that region, you got to go back to 2009. And before that, 1977, and before that, the late 19th century. It's extremely unlikely. I've been really nerding out looking at the atmospheric profiles, what are called the SKUTs. It's a way to profile the atmosphere, like looking at an X-ray to try to figure out if you broke a bone. And in this context, it's a very, very slight chance for a flurry, but it can't be entirely ruled out. That said, it wouldn't be for Orlando, it would be for Tampa, but that's just another sign of how cold it'll be. This is genuine winter. When you're talking about wind chills, Garrett, in the single digits and teens, I mean, you might as well be in Chicago or St. Louis.
2009, I was graduating high school, to tell you how long ago that was. So.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It was a little bit of a time ago. And I remember in 2010, for the last time we had that dual freeze with 2 hard freezes, I was working in TV in Tampa. And I remember I was in an apartment complex, and you know, they have the little stringy queen palms by the pool. And my unit was looking over the pool. They went from green to yellow overnight, and they didn't get back to normal till April. So I'm a little worried about the landscaping. I think a lot of tropicals are going to get taken out by this freeze, but more so the more exotic palm trees could just be taken out. Like a lot of people try and grow cocoa palms, and they really don't do well below about 30 degrees.
Gosh, so we're going to be seeing a lot of impacts, and that wind especially going to be brutal.
Yeah,
because that is strong. That's strong gusts.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, 40 miles an hour Saturday is going to be really cold, but then Sunday morning we could see gusts of 20 or 25. And if the temperatures are in the 20s, and in some cases the teens, I mean that's winter cold. That's bitter cold. That's like what you'd find in Boston or New York. And Florida's not built for that. Our infrastructure isn't built for that. Our landscaping isn't built for that. Our people are acclimated to warmer weather, so it is pretty brutal for us.
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner tracking that Florida freeze for us. Thanks for joining us. Mm-hmm. And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you another live look at downtown Orlando and Lake Eola there. It is looking pretty out there. Things are warming up. But again, we know that Florida freeze is on the way. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus right after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look at the White House right now. We're still waiting the start of President Trump's cabinet meeting from the cabinet room of the White House. We will bring that to you live when it does begin. Expected to start any minute now. It was around 11 o'clock. This will be his 10th cabinet meeting since taking office, again, just over a year ago. And he will be joined by a number of his cabinet secretaries, other members of the administration as well. So we will get you there live. We're also keeping a close eye on the floor of the U.S. Senate, where around 11:30 we expect a test vote, a procedural vote on a number of funding bills that make up the funding package that is kind of at the center of a potential partial government shutdown because Democrats have really spoken out against funding for the Department of Homeland Security in the aftermath of the shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis last week. So we will see what happens with that procedural vote coming up around 11:30. And again, we are keeping a close eye on that this morning. We have heard already from some of the leadership of the Republicans and the Democrats speaking on the floor earlier today. And so we will let you know what happens with that test vote and continue to watch that. We are also watching some things going on in Tallahassee today. Let me hold myself back up. I was looking for my camera showing the Capitol, and I couldn't find it in time. Well, we're watching a couple of things going on in Tallahassee today. The Florida Board of Governors is meeting right now. I can give you a live look at that. They are going to be tackling a number of topics. One of the things they're also going to be discussing is a potential ban on universities hiring faculty members with H-1B visas. If you may be familiar with this, H-1B visas are visas for non-immigrants that allow employers in the United States to hire foreign workers with in specialty occupations, typically things with a bachelor's degree or higher than that. There are often faculty hired for universities that are that have those degrees and use that H-1B program. So the potential freeze on that is one thing that the Board of Governors is looking at. Governor DeSantis, a number of others have advocated for a ban on those, or at least a halt on those for this time. So we're keeping an eye on that. They're moving through some other business right now, and we'll get you into that meeting if that once they take that up a little bit later. One other thing we are watching just a few minutes ago on the Senate floor, the state Senate floor, lawmakers passed a bill called the Raynor Act. It's Senate Bill 156, and it is a bill that would really heighten penalties for those who are accused of killing or assaulting law enforcement officers. This is a bill that was named after a 26-year-old Daytona Beach police officer, Jason Raynor, who was killed back in June of 2020. Who was killed. And then back in June of last year, there were some procedural challenges for the man who killed him, Othel Wallace, back in 2021 is when that shooting actually happened. But this kind of brought to the forefront this issue. And so this bill would require life sentences for people who are convicted of manslaughter in the death of a police officer. It does a number of other things, but that's kind of the big takeaway. And so there was some debate on this on the Senate floor earlier today. I want to play for you just a little bit of a segment of that while we're waiting on some other things to happen here, as we hear from some lawmakers who express some of their concerns about what some of the other implications of this might be. If you're mandating a life sentence on manslaughter, what does that mean for more serious charges than that? So here's some of the debate and some of the things that lawmakers were considering ahead of that vote on this Raynor Act in the state Senate just a little bit ago.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Leak, I was one of the 37 that voted unanimously for this bill last year, and I'll probably vote for it again today, but I ended yesterday in a very, very heated argument with a lot of cursing and defense of police officers, and I'm beginning today with asking questions. There was a verdict form that was given to a jury of peers in that Othell Wallace prosecution. And my understanding is there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options for the jury. The 5th option in the verdict form was what the jury found, and you recall what the jury found in that case, what the state was able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Senator Leak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do, and I think you know the answer to that question. The jury found manslaughter.
Senator Pizzo.
Is it not true that the state charged and attempted to prove, and the judge gave jury instructions on the possibility of guilt of crime of the first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer as charged by indictment, and that the second lesser option was guilty of lesser of first-degree murder, and that the jury had the 3rd option of guilty of lesser of second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, and they had a 4th option of guilty of lesser of second-degree murder with the finding of use or possession of a firearm, and that the jury instructions, it's basically and explicitly stated that the jury did not find that the state had proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, that they had the option of going to a lesser, and the lesser that they found was guilty of only manslaughter.
Senator Leak.
That is what the verdict form said, and that is what the jury found.
Senator Pizzo.
I just have a couple more questions. If Othell Wallace was found guilty of the crime of first-degree murder, the top choice on the verdict form, as charged by the indictment, do you know what the penalty would have been?
Senator Leak.
I don't.
Senator Pizzo.
If Mr. Wallace had been found guilty of the second option of first-degree murder, do you know what the penalty would have been?
Senator Leak.
Yeah, in this line of questions, if you're asking me if I know precisely what the penalties would have been for each of those, precisely, I do not.
Senator Pizzo.
Okay, well, in its simplest terms, what's the penalty? What's the next penalty up from life in prison?
Senator Leak.
I don't know the answer to that, but I don't think that this bill addresses it. If you know the answer of it, perhaps that is something you can give us in debate. But no, I don't know the sentencing guidelines as it applies here.
Senator Pizzo.
Thanks. If there are 5, here, let me ask the question this way. If there are 5 options of a finding of a jury, and they're ranked in the severity of a finding of guilt, and the 5th one that we're voting on here today for a bill is going to result in life in prison, what should the 4 more severe findings result in? What type of punishment?
Senator Leak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the question. The policy decision we're making here today is that even if it is manslaughter on an officer, that it should be life sentence. So everything above it should equally be life sentence to death.
Additional questions. Senator Pizzo.
Then in its most practical terms, why assume the burden as a prosecutor to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt whose elements are tougher to prove than something below it if it results in the same punishment?
Senator Leak.
That's going to be up to the discretion of the prosecutor. But again, we're focused here on what should happen if you commit a manslaughter of an officer engaged in their duties. And the policy decision that I put forth is it should be life in prison at a minimum.
Additional questions. Senator Pizzo.
Senator Leak, I realize that criminal law can be nuanced sometimes, but you realize that had the prosecution properly presented a case, had charged correctly on this case, that any one of the other 4 options could have resulted in life in prison?
Senator Leak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I do understand that, and I understand that you could have, if they would have charged culpable negligence, you could have gotten an enhancement on enhancement. But I want you to take a moment and think about what it would mean to charge this particular monster with culpable negligence. Do you want to charge the man who posted on Facebook, "Let's kill all the pigs," who posted routinely about killing law enforcement with negligence? You don't. And that's the decision I believe that they made.
Senator Pizzo.
Would a more seasoned prosecutor who understands verdicts and enhancements and jury instructions, might a more seasoned, capable prosecutor, given the exact same facts, the exact same evidence, have been able to get the enhancement and result in the punishment you seek here today to remedy by the finding of that jury?
Senator Leak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that you want to make it about the prosecutor. What I think happened here is really what the jury did. And, trying to predict what a jury will do with a seasoned or less than seasoned prosecutor, as you know, is nearly impossible. I think what the jury did here is they got confused. And they were led to a conclusion that I think should not happen in any other case, which is a finding of manslaughter where this monster gets years in prison instead of life in prison.
Additional questions. Senator Pizzo.
Thank you. Did they get confused by the jury instructions?
Senator Leak.
They could have been confused by the jury instructions. They could have been confused by the presentation of the defense. They could have been confused by any number of things. Obviously, we're not sitting in the minds of the jury, and neither you nor I were in that room, so we can't tell what the jury actually got confused about. But what I tend to believe is they got confused, and that's why they found what they found.
Senator Pizzo.
So the remedy and the cure for that infirmity that occurred here, or injustice that occurred here, is that instead of being more specific as to what a jury of peers should find, that the solution is to take just anything that's charged and just effectively result in the exact same punishment regardless of which 5 options a jury chooses?
Senator Leak.
The bill is the bill as I put forward, yes.
And I want to start by thanking Senator Leak again for your leadership and again for deciding to honor Officer Raynor in this way. I think that's a very noble thing to do, and we all grieve his killing. There are many known parts of this bill that many of us have had concerns with over these last 2 sessions. For me, I can't support this bill for some of these reasons. First, the conversation about requiring a mandatory life sentence for manslaughter of a police officer. Let's all acknowledge what manslaughter is. By definition, this is an accidental killing. Creating a mandatory life sentence for manslaughter of a police officer gives future courts and future judges no opportunity to consider any of the circumstances during sentencing. Just a quick example. What if someone punches a member of law enforcement in the face, which we don't condone? You fight unlawful arrests, not in the streets, in the courtroom. But what if someone punched a member of law enforcement in the face, disoriented them, they fell back, hit their head on the concrete, and they died? That person should pay the consequences for their actions. Those consequences should be punitive. Did they intend to kill that police officer? No. Is that the kind of circumstance that we want to create a mandatory minimum life sentence? Again, do not violently resist a police officer. You fight that in the court. What if that punchback was a matter of human instinct? What if they had been pepper sprayed in the face and didn't know what was going on? And the fight or flight instincts kicked in, and they threw a punch even though they couldn't see what was happening. Does it seem completely out of the realm of possibility that something like this could happen, given the recent events that we've seen unfold in Minneapolis and around the country? So the mandatory minimum sentence for manslaughter of a police officer, I think, is well intended, but it's bad policy for future circumstances that don't have anything to do with this case. The removal of this language that I talked to Senator Leak about just now on the floor, removal of language that protects civilians from the unlawful use of excessive force by law enforcement is dangerous. It sends a dangerous message. Yes, this bill in lines 42 to 45 removes a sentence from Florida law that says a member of law enforcement is not justified in the use of force if the arrest or execution of a legal duty is unlawful and known by him or her to be unlawful. They're using excessive force. They know it's wrong. They know it's against the law. We are removing a provision here that says that they cannot do that. Post-Minneapolis, that is not something that I can support. It's not something that I honestly could support last year. And I do want to address that portion of the conversation because I do think that it is important. This is my second legislative session as a senator, and I am learning the ways of the Florida Senate. It is a much better place. One, and thank you for that. And that has nothing to do with me, certainly. That has to do with the leaders of this chamber. Thank you. Here, I'm on thin ice, I get it.
All right.
I'm on thin ice. What I learned last year was, even through my respectful opposition of this bill in the first committee and the next committee, and then when it came to the Senate floor, that something happened here that was very important. And Senator Leak made a compromise and concession on this bill that was worth noting. It didn't answer all of my objections, but when I saw the collegiality and how Republican senators and Democratic senators worked together to fix that, and it appears that we were united in support of this change, even though it didn't address all of our concerns, I wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to be a part of that. And I didn't want to break that consensus because I thought that consensus at the time was important. And I voted yes. And I do not regret voting yes last session. Now that this bill is back in front of us, yes, it is the same bill. But we are in a different place in 2026. I am very worried and very concerned and very anxious for my community in Central Florida, where we have seen increased enforcement of immigration. I'll close with this and say that there's so much that we've done in this bill as it relates to those compromises that we can be proud of from last year. But in this environment, with some of these other provisions that remain, these are provisions that are a bridge too far for me. And respectfully, I will be voting against this legislation. Thank you.
I mean, truthfully, I don't know what I'm going to say here. This bill's taken a path I didn't quite expect. But I do want to say thank you, Senator Pizzo. Thank you for the support. Trying to figure out whether that was support or not. But thank you for the vote. Thank you for the conversation. And that's really what I want to thank you for, because Senator Pizzo has taken the opportunity. He's very knowledgeable in these to engage me in the discussion and talk about things. And I appreciate it because it made me better and made me better understand it. Senator Roussan, thank you. You're such a gentleman. I respect you greatly. Thank you. Senator Bracy Davis, I know you weren't here, and I appreciate the conversation that we had. And I appreciate your courtesy as well. And really to every member who's taken the opportunity to talk to me and that helped me talk through this and work through this bill, I appreciate you greatly. I guess what I really want to do is I want to thank the Raynor family for their patience, because this has been a 3-year slog to get this done. And I hope with this bill that they feel their son has been appropriately honored, and I hope it helps them bring closure. And with that, I close.
Secretary will unlock the board, and senators will proceed to vote. Have all senators voted? Have all senators voted? Secretary will lock the board and record the vote.
31 yeas, 4 nays, Mr. President.
So the bill passes. Please read the next bill.
31-4, that Jason Raynor Act passes the Senate. Similar bill in the House as well that has advanced out of committee and heads to the House floor. So we will see what happens. My understanding is that there are not any differences between the Senate and House bills at the moment. So we will see and watch that closely. We are still watching what's going on the Senate floor right now in the U.S. Capitol. Also standing by for a cabinet meeting with President Donald Trump. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the floor of the U.S. Senate, where voting has opened on the procedural vote for the what they're calling the minibus, the funding package of 6 different funding bills, including funding for the Department of Homeland Security, which has gotten a lot of pushback in the past week since the shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Democrats expressing a willingness to push back on that funding and wanting to use this as an opportunity to rein in ICE, as we saw on a poster on the floor of the Senate when Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, was speaking earlier today. So we will see what happens with this procedural vote. We are watching that on the floor of the Senate as it gets underway right now. Also want to give you a live look at the White House, where we are still waiting on the start of the 10th cabinet meeting since President Trump took office again about a year ago. So we will listen in on that when it begins, coming up any minute now. I want to get you now, though, to Pinellas County, where just a little bit ago we heard from Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Galtieri, who was talking about the arrest of a Pinellas County deputy who had worked for 22 years as a corrections officer, but is now facing charges and was fired after an incident with an inmate. I want to play for you this news conference where Pinellas County Sheriff talked about the allegations against this deputy, and talks about what's next. This was just a little bit ago in Pinellas County.
Morning, everyone. Anyone not ready? Okay. Good morning. I'm Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, and we're here this morning to announce the arrest and termination of Deputy James Jones. On May 29th, 2025, George Miller was booked into the Pinellas County Jail after being arrested by the St. Petersburg Police Department on charges of burglary, felony battery, and criminal mischief. Miller was unable to post bail, and he remained in jail pending the resolution of his charges. From the time that Miller entered the jail, he was known as a problematic inmate. He would often cause problems with staff. He would mouth off to deputies. He taunted other inmates, and overall he had difficulty getting along with everyone, inmates and staff at the jail. On November 20th, 2025, while still in custody after his arrest in May, Miller suffered a medical event, and he was transported to Northside Hospital in St. Petersburg. He remained at the hospital for several days, and then medical staff determined that he required surgery. Deputies from the jail remained with Miller, as is standard practice for inmates that are transferred from the jail to the hospital. On December 1st of 2025, Deputy James Jones was assigned to guard Miller at Northside Hospital. Miller was in a single room at the hospital. He was confined to his hospital bed, and policy required that his hands and legs be restrained except when necessary for medical care. While in the hospital on December 1st, while being watched by Deputy Jones, Deputy Jones reported to his supervisors that about 8 o'clock that evening that Miller was throwing, as he described it, as a, quote, temper tantrum. Again, Miller was known as a problematic inmate. This wasn't something new. He had been in jail since May, and everyone knew this guy had issues and had problems. But despite Miller being known as a problematic inmate, there is an indication.
So that was Pinellas County Sheriff. We will come back to that coming up in just a little bit, because we just got our feed up from the cabinet room of the White House as this cabinet meeting is getting underway. Let's go ahead and listen in. President Trump hosting his 10th cabinet meeting. Let's go ahead and get you there.
See the flags behind us of the different forces and the American flag and various others. It's, I think, quite spectacular. It's never looked this good. And hopefully we're going to do work that's never been as good. So I think that's basically what's happened in our first year. We've had an amazing year, and this will be our first cabinet after the year, so we're starting our second year. Tremendous progress has been made. I want to thank my entire cabinet for 12 months of unprecedented achievements. We really have. I mean, it's unprecedented. The numbers we've had on the economy and growth, you see them, and that's despite a Democrat shutdown. Without the shutdown, we would have picked up about 1.5 points more than already high numbers, record-setting numbers. So this has been, I think, and a lot of people say it, the most successful year of any administration in American history. First year, there's never been a first year like this, including the fact that we extinguished 8 wars, and another one we think is coming. Steve Witkoff's working very hard, and Jared and everybody else, and I think it's coming. It was just announced that the murder rate in our country is the biggest drop ever recorded. It's at the lowest level in 125 years. First in recorded history, it's the lowest in at least 125 years. It's a wonderful thing. And that crime is way down, and one of the reasons was we've taken a lot of bad people and gotten them out of our country. In some cases, they're so bad that we put them in prison because we don't want them to even take a chance of coming back in, even though our border is very secure, record-setting secure. We had 0 illegal aliens being admitted into our country for the last 8 months. That's hard for even me to believe, but the people that make up the lists are supposedly nonpartisan, but I would say they lean toward the Democrat side. And if they say that, I'm all for it. As you know, we've had a situation take place with respect to Venezuela. I want to just thank General Kane and his staff. The job that they've done is incredible. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And once it did take place, I want to thank the leadership of Venezuela. We're getting along really well with them. The relationships have been very strong, very good. And they have informed me that they feel there's very good security, very strong security. We're working with the various people involved, including Chris and Doug and everybody on the oil. We have the major oil companies going to Venezuela now, scouting it out and picking their locations, and they'll be bringing back tremendous wealth for Venezuela and for the United States, and the oil companies will do fine too. Venezuela will actually make for themselves more money than they've ever made before, and that's a good thing. And the people of Venezuela were literally in the streets waving American flags. They were so happy. And the people in our country, like in the Doral section of Miami, which is considered Little Venezuela, they're thrilled. And I just spoke to the president of Venezuela, informed her that we're going to be opening up all commercial airspace over Venezuela. American citizens will be very shortly able to go to Venezuela, and they'll be safe there. They'll be safe. It's under very strong control. And the people of formerly of Venezuela, some want to go back and some want to go back to visit, and they're going to be able to do that. So I've instructed Sean Duffy and everybody else concerned, including the military, that if you would, by the end of today, I'd like you to have the airspace over Venezuela. Planes can go to Venezuela opened up. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the people in Venezuela for what what they went through, and I want to thank the leadership for really they're doing a good job. And just as I promised, we've defeated the Biden inflation nightmare and achieved explosive new economic growth. The Atlanta Fed is predicting an astounding 5.4% GDP growth in the fourth quarter, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. We would have had that number would have been 7%, which is a number nobody's ever heard of. And we've been given great national security because of tariffs, and we've also been given unprecedented income because of tariffs. Part of the income that we gave, $12 billion, we gave to the farmers of our country, so that yesterday I was up in Iowa, and they were very happy, Madam Secretary.
Yes, sir.
They were very, very happy. They were great.
Grateful.
So the GDP growth in the fourth quarter was great, and it's going to be, I think we're going to have an amazing and incredible year. Hopefully we won't have a shutdown. We're working on that right now. I think we're getting close. The Democrats, I don't believe, want to see it either. So we'll work in a very bipartisan way, I believe, not to have a shutdown. We don't want a shutdown. And just yesterday, the S&P 500 hit 7,000 for the first time ever. There's never been any time at which it's done like that. And the other stocks also, I think it was 52 times for the Dow, had hit a record high. But the 7,000 was not a number that was even thinkable if you go back a year ago. So S&P hit 7,000 for the first time ever. The stock market has set, it's actually 53 all-time record highs since the election, adding $9 trillion in value to savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. And I mean, everybody benefits, but we have record stock markets. Companies have never done well. And most importantly, if you think about it, after 4 years in which Biden got much less than $1 trillion of investment into our country, actually it was taken over 11 months, even though we're 12 months. In 11 months, we've taken in more than $18 trillion. So they did less than $1 trillion, Scott, in a period of 4 years, and we've done $18 trillion in less than 1 year. So there's never been anything like that. No other country has done those numbers, by the way, in history. 10 years ago, one country did $3 trillion. No other. We did $18 trillion. Is being invested now. Thousands of businesses, plants, equipment all over the country are being built right now. And they're going to be opening pretty soon. And when they open, you'll see numbers like nobody's ever seen before. The economy is doing amazingly well. I wish the press would report it, but people are finding out. They're seeing it. It's coming. It's becoming pretty evident. It's hard to hide. Biden inflation, which is really stagflation, cost the typical family $34,000. Think of that, $34,000. But after 1 year, growth in real incomes is outpacing inflation by more than 3,000 under Trump. So one cost 34,000 and one made 3,000. That's a big swing. Gasoline has plunged to, think of this, over $4 a gallon, depending on where you are. In California, it's $7, $8 a gallon. I was in Iowa, and they had $1.85 because I had it at $1.99 a gallon. And I was corrected by two farmers that said, I just bought my gasoline for $1.85. So, Chris, you have to be doing something right, you and Doug, right? But I don't want to give you too much confidence. You got to keep it going. We're drilling, I think I can say we're drilling more than at any time ever in the history. We're taking out more energy out of our land, but specifically, if you look at oil and gas, we've never been anywhere even close. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct. All-time records.
Yeah, great. It's a great job. Well, it's supply and demand, so that's going down rapidly. And you know, when energy goes down, everything else goes down. They tried to do their thing. It was a disaster. Then they ran back very late to the Trump policy, but they didn't do the Trump policy. They cut leases. They did everything that they could do, but they lost it, and they were very high. And we're now less than $2 in many areas, $2.30 a gallon average. Grocery prices, airfares, hotels, car payments, and rent prices are coming down very fast. And you don't hear the word affordability issued by the Democrats anymore. Now they're going into other things because they're getting beaten badly on affordability. Remember that when I was elected, I came into office, I inherited a total mess, starting with eggs, which were 4 times higher than they were just a year before. And Brooke got them down very quickly before Easter. They said they wanted me to buy plastic eggs for the egg hunt, at the very famous egg hunt at the White House. Sir, would you buy plastic eggs? And we buy a lot of like 100,000 eggs. They said, we're not going to buy plastic eggs. And by the time we had the egg hunt a few months later, we had the prices down pretty good. And now they're really low. Now they're at a very low level. So we really have, you don't hear the word affordability because we inherited very high prices and we inherited the highest inflation in 48 years. I say the history of our country. I think it sounds almost the same. Actually, I think 48 years sounds actually worse for some reason. So I'll go with the 40 because the press corrected me. I said history and they said, it's not history, it's 48 years. I said, I'll accept that. And we had the highest inflation in 48 years. We have now as you saw yesterday with the Fed, I'm not a fan of his, he said that inflation essentially is not a factor. It's really been pretty amazing. I just put out a statement about his statements. I won't repeat them here because they're too angry. And thanks to our tax cuts, millions of Americans will soon receive record-setting tax refunds. You're going to get a lot of tax refunds, with the average refund expected to be over $1,000 higher than it has been at any time. So we're going to be getting some pretty good refunds, a lot of people. If congressional Democrats had their way, Americans would right now be facing the largest tax hike ever. You know, their proposal was to raise taxes very substantially. And our proposal, which is in the great big beautiful New Deal, it's a New Deal in its own way. It's a Republican version of the New Deal. Right behind you is a nice picture of FDR. This is a much better deal than the FDR deal. But we have the great big beautiful bill, and it's given tremendous tax cuts and a lot of other things. People are now finding out how good it is, and it's just kicked in as of January 1st, by the way. So we're really starting to see it. Even though it's a month, we're really starting to see it. The U.S. economy would be cratering if they had won this election. Our country would be in very bad shape. Would be maybe not much of a country anymore. I don't think it would be a country anymore. They were doing everything wrong, but they were going to give you the largest tax hike in history, and we're giving you the largest tax cut in history in the great big beautiful bill. In addition, I think it's very good. I think it's very important. You have no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, and no tax on Social Security, but you also have, you're getting this is the first time this ever happened. If you buy a car, you go out and borrow money, you get an interest deduction. You take the interest rate, the interest that you're paying on the loan, you're able to deduct it for income tax purposes. So that's a first ever, and I think it's going to be great for everybody, including the car companies. I was in Detroit 3 weeks ago. I went to the Ford factory, spoke to the General Motors people. It's all the same. They're doing better than they've ever done. The factory I went to was like a World War I, earlier than World War I factory, opened up. One of the oldest buildings, but one of the biggest. And Ford was getting ready to close it a couple of years ago, and then they saw that I was doing well, and it looked like I would have a good chance of winning. And they kept it going, barely going. And last week they announced, during my visit, they announced that they're going to round-the-clock production. They never thought it was. I said, did you ever think? I spoke with Bill Ford and the president of Ford. They were both there, and they said, we can't even believe it. We were going to close this building 2 years ago, and now it's going round the clock. They said, we cannot. I mean, they said, we wish it was twice the size. But they're now building additional plants in the United States, as is everybody else. You have AI building, but the car companies, I love the car companies, and you have them. They're all coming back. They're coming back from Mexico. They're coming back from Canada. They're coming back from Japan. And they're coming back from Germany, all over Europe. They're coming back. They're building here because they want to avoid the tariffs. They don't want to pay the 15%, in some cases 25% tariff. Could be a lot higher than that if it wasn't working. So because of that, they're all coming back. One statistic yesterday that Scott told me is that for the first time ever, tell them about the steel and Japan, that we are now making more steel. Go ahead, please.
So yesterday they reported for the first time in 26 years, the United States of America produced more steel than Japan. And that is entirely driven by your tariffs.
Amazing. Think of that. He obviously said that much better than I did, because I got no applause, and I'm giving you home run after home run. He says one thing and everybody else. I should have saved that one for myself. No, but think of it. First time, they read almost 30 years, but I guess it's 26, 27 years, that we are now producing more steel than Japan. Japan being a big steel producer. Japan and other countries really took our steel production away from us. Now, if you think of this, 3-4 years ago, the steel companies were all closing up. We worked a fantastic deal with U.S. Steel. We saved U.S. Steel. And now it's all coming about. But and that's just the beginning. There are a lot of steel plants right now being built. So that's an amazing number. Nobody would have believed that. If you would have said that 3, 4, 5 years ago, people would have said, yeah, it's not a true fact. But so it has to be true, because otherwise you question me on everything. I have to be extremely accurate. I don't exaggerate it. I don't want to exaggerate, because you will call me. You don't call other people, but you would call me under my most favored nation spot, which I think is the most important thing, Bobby, of all what we've done, because we're bringing drug prices down by 80, 90%, depending on the way. You could say 5, 6, 7, 800%. Depends on the way you want to calculate it, right? But let's go the old-fashioned way. But drug prices for prescription drugs will be down 80, 90%, 75%, 68%. They've only gone up for years and years and years. They've only gone up, and now we're going to have essentially the most favored nation. We're going to have the most favored price in the whole world. Whatever the lowest price in the world is, that's what we're going to pay. And I don't want to go into a big deal, but nobody else could have gotten this but this administration. I'm being very nice when I say that. The cost of prescription drugs is coming down by a number that was never even thought of. This will have a huge impact on healthcare, by the way, because obviously drugs are a big part of healthcare, and it will help repair some of the Unaffordable Care Act's damage that they've done, because the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, it's unaffordable. It's not affordable, and it's a disaster. And hopefully we will be paying money directly to the people instead of giving the insurance companies the money. They'll go into a healthcare savings account or whatever it is. But think of it. We pay the money, billions and billions, really trillions of dollars going to insurance companies. We want that money to go to the people. They buy their own health care. And it's so popular. The problem we have is the Democrats are owned by the insurance companies. They're literally owned lock, stock, and barrel by the insurance companies, and they hate it. But the people love it, including all Democrats. So I think we'll perhaps be successful with it. But it was an idea I had. You know, I read the papers, and I'm reading one of the stories about the insurance companies, how much money they're making, where they received, you know, billions and billions of dollars for this stuff from the United States of America, and their stock has gone up by 1,400%. Think of it, 1,400. One went up 1,700%. Numbers went up. If you go up 1,000%, you're doing bad in that business, right? And it's all because of the money. Not all, but mostly because of the money the United States pays the insurance companies. They say, this is big stuff. And I asked somebody, why don't we just pay the people directly? And they said, that's a good idea. You know, it's funny, it's a very complicated business, but actually it's not so complicated. And I went to Bobby and I went to Dr. Oz. I said, can I talk to you guys about this? Is this the kind of money the insurance companies get? Yes. Why don't we pay the people directly? And the primary answer was that the Democrats will never go along with it. But the people go along with it because I put it out. It went viral. It went viral. Susie, I went all over the place. It became the biggest story. I just said it. And so I think we have a great situation if we can do it. But if you think most favored nation policy for drugs will bring your drug prices down at levels. So now if they're selling a pill for $10 in London and $130 in New York, the London price will go up to $20 and we'll go down to $20. So we'll go from 130 down to 20. And by the way, tariffs did it again because the drug company said, we'll do it begrudgingly, but they were okay. But we'll do it, but no nation's going to approve it because even if you raise the price by, like on a pill, $10 to $20, you're doubling the price of their prescription drugs. I said, no, they'll do it. And when I got them on the phone, I said, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you very substantial tariffs, more money than that's going to cost you. And they said, we'll do it. And before, I don't know that any other president even tried to do it. We can't find it. But if they did try, they wouldn't have gotten through the companies. They wouldn't have gotten through the company, and then they wouldn't have gotten through the country. I spoke with Macron. He was the first one. He was not at that time wearing sunglasses. And he said, no, Donald, I will not do this. I will not. I won't even consider. You're asking me to double the price. I said, you have no choice. You have to do it because you guys have been ripping us off. In other words, the whole world, we've been subsidizing the whole world on drug costs. That's why they were $10 and we'd be at 130. As an example, there were many examples. I could give you examples even worse. He said, no, I will not do that. And I said, yes, you will. 100% you'll do it. He said, no, I won't do that, Donald. You're asking me to double the cost of our prescription. We will not do that. I said, look, you've been ripping us off now for decades. We're not going to do it anymore. You can do it under Biden and Obama and other people. You're not going to do it under us. We won't do it. I said, well, if you don't do it, I'm going to charge you a 25% tariff on all of your wine, champagne, and everything else you sell into the United States. He said, like I said, I will do it. And that was the end of the conversation, right? That was the end of the conversation. So now we have favored nations that everybody said would be impossible to get. And I then had the same conversation with 15 other countries. Every one of them agreed. After a short conference, they all said no. And then within a matter of seconds, they said, we would be very happy to do that. Thank you for asking in such a nice way. And it's a great achievement. I think it's going to be one of the best achievements we've had in this country in a long time. So we're going to be knocking drug prices down at levels never seen before. I want to thank the drug companies because once they agreed, they really did. They felt it was very unfair. One of them told me it's actually a relief to agree because this has been just a rough thing for me, to justify, because they couldn't justify it. I said, how come in London I can buy something for $10 and in New York I have to pay $130? And they go, well, it's research and development. I said, yeah, but you have research and development from them. Made in the same factory, made in everything. This is where my friend, who's very successful, I told you, a seriously overweight person, he takes the fat the fat pill or the fat shot. And he was in London, and he said, cost $87 there, cost $1,300 in New York. What's going on? He called me up. And, I mean, I knew that, but he put it in a very blunt way. I've known him a long time. He's a crude individual, but smart as hell, made a lot of money. But he just thought it was sort of ridiculous. He happened to be in London, and he got the shot, you know, Ozempic, I think, or one of them. And I told him it wasn't working. It was, for him, it didn't work. And he brought up a good point. It didn't work. I told him, he knows who I'm talking about. He's going crazy. He begs me not to mention.
He's not talking about me, ladies.
No, it's not our great vice president. No, but he begs me not to mention his name because he's become very famous without mentioning his name. And he is actually a very well-known business person. But he did make a point. But I knew the point very well. We were always paying far more than any other nation. We were subsidizing the world. Right now, there's no more of that. So we're going to be bringing the drug prices down at numbers never seen before. It's going to have a huge impact, positive impact on healthcare. So with that, we are going to ask a couple of people to say a few words. And we're not going to go through the whole table because the last time we had a press conference, it lasted for 3 hours. And some people said he closed his eyes. Look, it got pretty boring. In all fairness, I love these people. But there's a lot of people. It was a little bit on the boring side. But I didn't sleep. I just closed them because I wanted to get the hell out of here. Some of them, I didn't sleep, by the way. I don't sleep much, let me tell you. But, you know, it's funny. Some of them got me in a blink. You know, when you go like, you know, and they took me as at the closed segment of my cycle. And they said he's sleeping. And besides that, Marco, between these two guys, if I was sleeping, they'd be waking me up very much. They'd be knocking me, come on, you got to wake up, boss. But no, we've had great meetings. Look, we're the most transparent presidency by far, and I love going around the room, but we're going to pick a few people. I think I would like to ask Steve if he could just give us a brief description of how well we're doing in the Middle East, because we have peace in the Middle East now. There's a couple of little minor flames that we put out very easily. And very importantly, we got our last hostage back, which is incredible. Unfortunately, this was something that nobody said could be done. And I will tell you, Hamas was a big factor in getting all of the hostages back. We were not happy with them, and they had to bring them back. And they found the dead hostages, the bodies of hostages. And those parents wanted their sons back, I think in all cases sons. But they wanted their sons and their family. They wanted their sons back as much as the people that had living hostages that we got them back to. So we got the 20, but remember, we got hundreds back previous to that. But I always said getting those last 20 back is going to be very tough. And we got them back, and we got all of the bodies back also, which to those parents was just as important as getting back the son that was living. Steve, could you give us a little description, please?
Well, your policy of peace through strength, that's what delivered them home. Without that pressure, it never happens. We are in the second phase now. We've stood up for the first time, Mr. President, on your behalf, a technocratic, all Arab government. We've got the terrorists out of there, and they're going to demilitarize. They will, because they have no choice. So we expect that. Pardon me?
And now we want to get Hamas no guns, right?
Right. They're going to give it up. They're going to give up the AK-47s.
A lot of people said they'll never disarm. Looks like they're going to disarm. And they did help us with those bodies, getting them back. Look,
and that family is so grateful to you. They called. I spoke to them. Jared spoke to them. You know, it's an amazing story. He broke his shoulder, but he went out there because he didn't want his friends to fight alone. He would be alive today, but for that, he had no reason to go out with a broken shoulder, and he went out and fought them courageously. And died.
That's right. This is a great story, and the parents are great. They were the only ones who didn't. You know, they came back pretty rapidly, actually, considering. And we had got some back initially with the initial group. After that, we had to get a lot. That's a tough job. That's a nasty job too. Who would want that one? That's a nasty job. between Israel and Hamas working together, if you can believe it. They got them back. And we got the last one back yesterday, and the parents are so happy. It's amazing, actually, how...
We sent a message to the parents on your behalf, as you suggested, and they were so grateful.
I guess grateful to me is a much better word, because it's hard to be happy, but they were, actually. I mean, they couldn't believe that they had their baby boy. The mother said, my baby boy back. It's a very terrible thing. Steve, Russia, Ukraine, we're making a lot of progress. Could you explain that?
The Ukrainians actually said that we've made more progress since Geneva than they've seen in the last 4 years of that conflict. So we had 5 Russian generals last Sunday in Abu Dhabi with Jared I and Dan Driscoll, and we think we made a lot of progress. The talks will continue in about a week, but lots of good things happening between the counterparties discussing the land deal.
They're talking together.
We have a security protocol agreement that's largely finished, a prosperity agreement that's largely finished, and I think the people of Ukraine are now hopeful and expectant that we're going to deliver a peace deal sometime soon.
And because of the cold, extreme cold, they have the same that we do. I personally asked President Putin not to fire on Kiev and the cities and towns for a week during this. It's extraordinary. It's not just like cold, it's extraordinary cold, record-setting cold. Over there too, you're having the same. It's a big pile of bad weather, the worst. But it was they said they've never experienced cold like that. And I personally asked President Putin not to fire into Kiev and the various towns for a week. And he agreed to do that, and I have to tell you, it was very nice. A lot of people said, don't waste the coal, you're not going to get that, and he did it, and we're very happy that they did it.
That's correct.
Because on top of everything else, that's not what they need, is missiles coming into their towns and cities. So I just thought I should say it. I thought it was a very good thing, and Ukraine was, almost they didn't believe it, but they were very happy about it, because they are struggling badly.
I think it shows, Mr. President, how you provide an overarching sort of presence in these negotiations. The Ukrainians never thought it could happen. The Russians are doing things maybe that people wouldn't give them the credit for doing, and I think it always comes down to your indomitable spirit.
Well, it was a good thing. You know, if you think it's cold over here, they say in Ukraine you can add another 20% to it. It was very cold place anyway, but this was, they see numbers that were so, they'd never seen numbers like that, cold numbers like that. So it was, I thought I should mention it. Could I ask Scott Bessent, we have so many things happening, could I ask you to maybe say a few words, please?
Yes, sir. So the one big beautiful bill that was passed on July 4th last year, we're starting to see the effects kick in. You mentioned the great economy. One of the things in the one big beautiful bill, Mr. President, it was an honor to host you, and as you said, the best rapper in the world, Nicki Minaj, at yesterday's Trump Accounts Summit. We've now had 1 million people sign up for Trump accounts just this week. We think there'll be 25 million families who are eligible. The segment that you and she did has 1 billion hits. 1 billion hits on the internet. So we're telling everyone, go fill out form 4547, trumpaccount.gov. So thanks to you, the Trump accounts, the next generation's America will benefit from today's record-breaking economy, record-breaking markets. Sir, when we came in, the Biden administration had destroyed the American people with the 3 I's: immigration, inflation, and interest rates. Immigration, check, you close the border. The inflation, as we've heard, back down to target. Prices are coming down. And interest rates, we hope there's more on the way. We've got gains in wages, low prices, and I think 2026 is going to be the year for the Trump boom. It's going to be a supply side boom. I enjoyed the trip out to Iowa. In the diner, The staff there was thanking you for the no tax on tips, and they're expecting big refunds. From that, we saw the CEO of John Deere, who said, thanks to your tariffs, new plants in Indiana and North Carolina coming.
Two massive plants being built by John Deere, and he's the chairman and CEO, wonderful guy. And I said he was at the event we had in Iowa, which is appropriate, John Deere, Iowa. But I said to him, so what are you doing? He said, we just announced two massive plants. In fact, they're going to have one plant for excavators. And he said, there hasn't been an excavator built in this country in 50 years or something. He said, they're taking it out of Japan and they're moving it into the United States. Two very big plants. And I said, so why are you doing it? He said, because of you and because of tariffs. I said, if we didn't have tariffs, would you be doing it? He said, absolutely not. So it's very important, and I hope we're going to be successful with the Supreme Court case, because we're waiting, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we don't want to give it back, number one. And number two, and you know, the people that are fighting us on that case, by the way, are China-centric. These are people that are for China, but they're also outside of the United States. These are countries that have ripped us off for years and years, charging us tariffs. And now we're doing an amazing job, and we're getting it back. We're getting it all back and then some. And they're the ones that are leading that lawsuit that we have in front of the United States Supreme Court. So it's a very important lawsuit for our country. And hopefully it's going to work out. We're waiting a long time, but hopefully it's going to work out. We've taken in hundreds of billions, even trillions of dollars, and certainly we've taken in trillions of dollars of, you know, a big part of that $18 trillion that's coming in is because of tariffs that are coming in. They're building because they don't want to pay the tariff, and the tariffs are very, you know, steep. They could be much steeper. You probably saw I put out a truth today, and the tariffs could be much steeper. We've been actually very nice about it. But even being nice about it, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And honestly, they've given us tremendous national security. The power that we have because of that. They have given us tremendous strength and national security. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, sir. And the IEPA power you used on the tariffs, as you said, we're bringing in tens of trillions of investments. The tens of trillions of investments turns into factories construction, which turns into factory jobs, which turns into consumer spending. You've right-sized the government, so government employment is down, private sector is up. Growth was a stunning 4.7, 4.8% in the past 2 quarters, biggest back-to-back gains in a decade, and we are doing that with government finances improving. So that will bring down the borrowing costs, the calendar year budget for 2024, 7% deficit to GDP, highest when we weren't at war, not in a recession, all the way down to 5.4% and getting better. Biggest decline since 2014. Generational gains in productivity, soaring productivity. We're going to lift workers' pay, record high prices, record high profits, and stock prices are soaring. You got a manufacturing renaissance, and all the key inflation metrics are trending lower. Over the past 3 months, the consumer price index is just 2.1, and core prices are even lower at 1.6, and I think that could trend below 1, given energy, as you talked about, the pharmaceutical discounts, and rents. So we're expecting a great year in 2026, Mr. President.
And we're going to be announcing next week, I think sometime, Scott and Howard and everybody, we're going to be announcing the head of the Fed, who that will be. And it'll be a person that will, I think, do a good job. We're paying far too much interest in the Fed. The Fed rate's too high, unacceptably high. We should have the lowest. And I think you read my statement today. I put out a statement before the meeting. But we should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, because a lot of these countries are successful only because of us, because we allow them to have surpluses. And without surpluses, some of the countries that you most respect financially, that you say, oh, this one, that one, this one, that one, they're successful because we allow them to have surpluses. And we could easily stop that with the powers that we have, but we don't. We took some of it, but we took really just a small portion of it compared to what we could take if we wanted to. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world. They should be 2 points and even 3 points lower. And if it was, each point is the equivalent of, I would say, $500 billion. So if you got 2 points low, you have $1 trillion in saving, and it's almost, if you call it just a paper expense. You can do it with a pencil. It's not cutting. It's not saying we have to get rid of jobs, or it's just like literally so easy to do. But we have a guy that doesn't want to do it because he's, I think he's politically biased. I really do. I believe he's politically biased because most smart people say it's not even a question. But despite that, we were able to bust through. It's like busting through a wall. We're able to bust through a wall, and we have the kind of numbers that Scott and Howard with the steel and other things talk about. What would you say, Howard, in terms of how we're doing, generally speaking? Great businessman, very successful guy. He's doing a really good job. What would you say?
Well, no one, before you walked in the door, no one thought our economy could grow 2%. Fourth quarter, with the shutdown, 5.5%. And that means the first quarter, you could see the United States of America, with its $30 trillion economy, grow in the 6% range. And no one thought that was possible. That's how you get jobs. That's how you get money down. That's how you fix the deficit. You are fixing everything with your policies. You have changed America and created the golden age.
Thank you. And with the help of the Fed, because we really, we want help, not hindrance. Why would the Fed hinder? But with the help of the Fed, with the right choice, if we make the right choice, a lot of times you make a choice, you think it's good, and it turns out to be not good. But with the help of the Fed, we could hit numbers that have never been hit before. We could hit 8, 9, 10. There's no reason why not. And, I talk about, if you go back 20 years, 25 years, I'm old enough to remember, when we had good news, when you announced good news, the stock market went up. You announce anything good, the stock market went up. You announce bad, the stock market went up. And that's the way it should be. But now it's, over the last 15 or so years, if you announce good news, that means they're going to raise interest rates because they want to kill it. So you can never really be that successful because you announce all record numbers, great, because they're afraid of inflation. But growth doesn't have to have any impact on inflation. It can make inflation go down in many cases. So, and you've seen that with us. I mean, we're growing at a much faster rate than anybody thought was possible. We have very controllable inflation. With Biden, we were getting killed, and we had the worst inflation in 48 years in history, in the history of our country. And that's with going down. So growth is a great thing. It doesn't mean inflation. And I want to go back to a system where when we announce good news, they say that's great. We can lower interest rates instead of raise interest rates. And by the way, if inflation comes, we'll take care of it when it comes. But they're trying to guess it, and they're trying to get it 10 years before in advance. And we want to make this country greater than ever before, and I think we're doing that. But we want to make it that when we announce great news, everything goes up. If we announce bad news, that happens too. We bring it down, and we control, and we do what we have to do. But we can have numbers in the upside like nobody's ever seen before. I want to ask Bobby to say a few words, if he would, about
President Trump speaking out this cabinet meeting. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in to Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us in this noon hour here on Fox 35, on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are listening in to this Trump cabinet meeting, first cabinet meeting of 2026. RFK Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in here, get you back to this cabinet meeting going on live right now at the White House.
Never enforced it. We brought more enforcement actions against hospitals than in this 1 year, and the Biden administration brought in 4 years, and we're doing a crackdown so that every American, when you go to a restaurant, you look at the prices before you buy the meal. You ought to be able to do that when you go to a hospital, and by the time that we leave office, every American is going to have that guarantee. We're doing a lot of other stuff, but we were told to keep it short. So.
And the autism that's moving along, really, is that
We've commissioned now dozens of studies, maybe over 100, and we are going to get those done for you.
Good. That's so important. Also, Eli Lilly, Merck, Pfizer, every drug company, they're spending trillions of dollars right now, as we speak, building plants in the United States because they want to be able to save a lot of money on tariffs. It'll be hundreds of percent, 100%, 200%, 300% in 2 or 3 years from now. So I said, you better have your plant built because in 2 years from now, before I leave office, it'll be a sad day. Very sad day for me. But before I leave, every one of these plants better be built because you're going to be paying 300% tariffs. And they're all building their little hearts out. I spoke with the head of Eli Lilly, who's a fantastic guy, a star, actually. He's a star, very smart. And he told me he's building 6 plants in the United States, big ones, in locations that I know very well, but all over the country. Merck is building, and Pfizer's building, and every one of them's building, and foreign companies are building. So it's an amazing thing that's happening, and you're doing a fantastic job. I read an article today where they think Bobby is going to be really great for the Republican Party in the midterms. So I have to be very careful that Bobby likes us. But we're letting you do your job, right?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're doing a great job. You and Oz and the whole group, they're doing a...
And Marty McCary has done an incredible job at FDA.
That's true.
Last month, we approved more gene and cell therapies than any time in history. And we're making this a safe and productive and encouraging ecosystem for biotech so that China does not steal that industry from us.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask Scott Turner to speak really quickly about housing because, in my opinion, I have very strong opinions on housing. That's what I did for a long time. I did good with it. But, you know, we got to get interest rates down even lower. They are now pretty low, but we got to get them lower. And I'm a big factor, to me, the biggest factor is interest rates for housing. Only in that, you know, you have a lot of people that have become wealthy in the last year because their house value has gone up. And, you know, when you get the housing, when you make it too easy and too cheap to buy houses, those values come down. I don't want those values to come down. We have millions of people that own houses, and for the first time in their life, they're wealthy because their house is worth $500,000 or $600,000 or more or less, but more money than it's ever been worth before. I don't want to do anything to knock that down, and so I want to be very careful with this. You know, you make housing, I can turn on housing immediately, but you make it too easy and you're going to knock the value down of people that own houses. I want to, for those people, those millions of people that own houses, we're going to drive those values up, but we're also going to try making it easier for people to buy. The best thing that can happen for both groups of people is lower interest rates, and those interest rates are coming down, and with a proper, intelligent person at the Fed, that person will be able to work with us to get interest rates down. That covers all of the sins. It covers everything. Lower interest rates keeps the values up for the people that have housing and lets other people buy housing. And Scott, if you could just expand quickly on that.
Yes, sir. You did allude to when we first came in, sir, you know, our fiscal house in America was a mess. But because of your economic policies, the economy is thriving. And I do have some good news to share. As you said, good news. I hope this will make the interest rates continue to go down. But because of your policy, sir, home sales in December, they rose sharply to their strongest pace in 3 years. A lot of people, when we first came in particular young people, were concerned and asking the question whether they would ever be able to afford to buy a house in America, which is the American dream. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate dipped to a multi-year lows, driving monthly payments down for the 2 years at the lowest levels. So more people can get a mortgage now. More families can be able to afford to get a home and achieve the American dream. At HUD last year, we helped and supported over 1 million people through FHA and Ginnie Mae to be able to buy a home. 500,000 of those were first-time home buyers, and hundreds of thousands of our veterans we supported. And so that's good news that millions of people in our country are now beginning to buy homes. We also, sir, saw that you are, and we're working with you, making bold action to ban institutional investors from buying single-family homes. Those homes are for the American people. So, sir, thank you for your leadership on that. Also working with Director Pulte over at FHFA to buy $200 billion worth of mortgage-backed securities, driving down even more the cost to get a home. And so we're grateful for those actions. Also, the One Big Beautiful Bill has been tremendous, making the low-income tax credit increase, working with Secretary Bessent at Treasury to produce more projects and more homes in America. And the One Big Beautiful Bill also made our beloved opportunity zones permanent. And the media doesn't talk about opportunity zones very much, but I'll do it today because I know that they have been transformative in our country. Over 1 million people lifted out of poverty, sir, in opportunity zones, 300,000 new units of housing in opportunity zones, and a 3.4 increase in the value of houses.
By the way, we have to give him credit. Senator, he's a great guy. Tim Scott came to see me, first administration, first term, and he had this idea for opportunity zones, and he gave me the idea. We did it. We implemented it. It's one of the most successful programs in the history of our country, and nobody talks about it. The press doesn't talk about it, but I want to just tell you, Tim Scott, Senator, South Carolina, did a great job, right?
Did a wonderful job, yes, sir.
Did a good job. He's a good man.
Yes, sir. And so those have been made permanent now. Will help millions of Americans to be able to afford to buy homes. Also, the One Big Beautiful Bill has been allowing HUD to make sure, working with the Department of Homeland Security, that every person that lives in HUD-funded housing is an American citizen. A blind eye has been turned prior to us being here to people living in HUD-funded housing, but no more. We're going to take account and transparency to make sure. And so there's a lot of crime that goes on in public housing, but we're coming after the criminals and making sure that everybody in there is an American citizen. So thank you for your support. We now have taken possession of our new building in Alexandria, and we're going to save the American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. So, sir, thank you for your support and your leadership.
Thank you, Scott. Great job. Appreciate it. One of the things Scott said, though, is, again, existing housing, people that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home. We're going to make it easier to buy. We're going to get interest rates down. But I want to protect the people that for the first time in their lives feel good about themselves. They feel like that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand it. There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured that's what's going to happen. Chris, could you say a few words about energy, please?
You bet, Mr. President. I can say with confidence that your energy dominance agenda is firing on all cylinders. United States oil production today is greater than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, the number 2 and number 3 producers. Our natural gas production today is greater than Russia, China, and Iran combined, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th largest natural gas producers. Huge production in the United States. Secretary Burgum at the Interior Department has taken in more money on oil and gas lease sales in the first year of this administration than the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. And beyond oil and gas, 6 new coal leases under this first year of this administration from the Interior Department, and coal production is growing again in the United States after years of decline. And this beautiful clean coal was the MVP of the huge cold snap we're in right now. I can say with some confidence, hundreds of American lives have been saved because of your leaning in and stopping the killing of coal and revitalizing coal. Coal, over the last few days, where we're at peak demand in electricity, has delivered 20 times more electricity than solar and batteries. Think about that, 20 times more. In industry,
coal doesn't mind very cold weather, right? Clean, you're not allowed to say the word coal without proceeding by saying clean, beautiful coal. Clean, beautiful coal. It's not affected by bad weather. Rain, snow, sleet, freezing cold. How does it react under freezing cold weather?
it steps up and delivers big time. In fact, what coal did during this storm was deliver massively more electricity than it was delivering a month ago, because we needed far more electricity. Who can step up?
The windmills, by the way, are all frozen. You know that they don't turn. The windmills aren't turning. The windmills that these fools paid for. The fool is this country, because the people that have the windmills get massive subsidy, and they make a fortune on windmills that don't even work, and they don't produce anywhere near what they should be. And it's the worst, most expensive form of energy there is. And by the way, Europe is destroying itself with the stupid windmills they're putting all over their beautiful areas of most magnificent landscapes in the world, and they're just destroying. Europe better get smart. Between immigration and energy, they're destroying. It's not recognizable. They've got to smarten up before it's too late. Please go ahead.
Yeah, in New England, with somewhat European energy policies, at peak demand time, very cold in New England, wind, solar, and batteries that you were just speaking of delivered less than 3% of the electricity needed at peak demand time, and that's when it matters. Because if electricity goes out when it's very cold, people die. Over 200 people died in a smaller cold snap during the Biden administration. This was massively larger geographically. We've had no failure of the electricity grid, no failure of long-distance transmission lines. Local distribution lines have iced up and come down, and we have people from all over the country working to get those back up because people need their lights back on. But your energy policies delivered just a dramatically different outcome for the American people. If we'd continued the Biden-era policies for one more year, continued to shut down coal plants, continued these crazy climate restrictions that wouldn't even let power plants run at maximum demand time, we hadn't liberated all the backup generators that are sitting there. We gave up an emergency approval, run everything.
Plants that we're going to close, coal plants that were modern and good and threw off very little problem, and that were really powerful. You know, by the way, China does most of everything they're doing with coal. Not that we want to copy anybody, but you know, they make the windmills, but they don't have a lot of wind farms. Somebody ought to look at that. How many wind farms do they have? Very, very few. They make them, they sell them, they make a fortune, but they don't use them. So the coal, I mean, I understand they're using it also as a great backup. So you build a plant, but they have it as a backup in case of tragedy, in case of really bad weather, et cetera, et cetera. They actually store coal on the site of other plants so that if they need emergency energy, the coal is always going to be there, whereas other things aren't. Is that correct?
Exactly. Coal just stepped up here to 25% of our electricity during this high demand time. Natural gas, coal, and nuclear, they are what run the American electricity grid. The others are ornaments and often expensive ornaments.
And you stopped plants from being demolished, right?
17 gigawatts of coal generation plants were slated to close last year that were stopped from being closure by this administration.
And if they were closed, we would be really tight on energy.
We would have had significant blackouts at these peak cold times, and extrapolating from the last storm during the Biden administration, I think at least hundreds of deaths. Because in the South, a lot of heating is done with electricity generation. If those grids go down, people die. So these, and when you're going back to the Working Families Tax Cut Act, or the One Big Beautiful Bill, that got rid of $500 billion of subsidies, energy subsidies, that do nothing but make energy more expensive and less reliable. And under this administration, we've spent massively less on energy, and we've delivered massively more on energy. And when you have more energy of lower prices.
It's a fantastic job. You and Doug. Doug said, you got to get this guy Doug. You got to get this guy Chris Wright. and get them as soon as you can. I said, but I want you to run energy. He said, well, I'm good at it, but he's better, right? Didn't you tell me that? So I gave him the land, I gave you the energy, right? And it's a great combination. I mean, they literally have, I said, maybe we'll merge it in some way. They said, we don't have to. We get along. They work together, right, with the land. He's got the land and the energy. He's got the knowledge to take it out. It's been a good combination.
This administration, the whole administration, and your leadership has been very focused on energy because we can push down energy prices, we can lower costs on Americans, and we can raise wages by bringing jobs and opportunities here. It is a transformation of American energy. Thanks for your leadership.
He's one of the most respected people in the energy world. And Doug told me about Chris Wright. They said, if you could get him, what he gave up to do this job, you're making a little less money, but that's all right. You don't care. What you're doing is fantastic. But he said he's the best in the world. Other people have told me that. The heads of the biggest companies have told me that. And it's really panning out to be so. We appreciate it very much. It's great. One of the things we're doing with energy, I think that's so important. We have an old grid, been around a long time, and not really, can't be much expanded. It can be fixed up a little bit, but can't be much expanded. And we have some plants that are so big that the grid would never be able to hold it. We're allowing them to build a electric producing plant, mostly electric, but they can use nuclear to do it, they can use oil and gas, they can use coal, they can use whatever they want. I think many are choosing oil and gas because it's there, it's tried, it's true, it's plentiful, it's inexpensive. Some are going nuclear, some are going both. Many are going all three. But the plants, you read, well, how do we ever fire those plants? Because to do this, we need 2 times the electricity we produce in 1 year for the entire country, which is almost hard to believe. These buildings are so big. They're going up now. So I did something that nobody thought was possible also. When they build their building, they build their own electric generating plants. And we are seeing some of the most incredible designs you've ever seen. So we don't need the grid. I read an article in the Wall Street Journal saying, oh, we're falling behind China. We're not actually. We're leading everybody because I'm letting them build. The government would never be able to do that. Now, China's a different kind. They build, they do things that you got to hand it to them. President Xi, they build vast amounts of energy. They don't have certain constraints that we have in this country, but we're more than topping them. We're leading China by a lot on AI, and it's primarily because I'm allowing them to build with their plant their own electricity. If they had to rely on the grid, they wouldn't have any power. You wouldn't have any power for anything. And they're building the electricity. And one of the reasons I'm able to do that is we have a very capable man in the room named Lee Zeldin. He may be in the room someplace. Is it his normal place? He's there. He's always there. Most reliable, solid guy. And he's done an amazing job. Could you just explain that? And also, because of the fact he's so good, California has a problem. The hardest permit to get when they lost 25,000 or so houses, which shouldn't have been lost, they should have allowed the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, which was very plentiful. But they didn't do that. They lost 25,000 houses. Lee and his team gave them the most complicated permit within 20 days. Everybody, every single house that burned down got the federal approval. Unfortunately, it's well over a year. And the state and the city, that's Gavin Newsom, and the city, the mayor who's grossly incompetent, by the way, they have been unable to give permits. There are like 3 houses being built out of thousands and thousands. They have no permits. So I read about a week ago that it's possible because of what's happened, whether you declare national emergency or something. These people are they're dying to build their house. They want to do something that I could put somebody in charge from the federal government. Congratulations, Lee. And I'm putting Lee Zeldin in charge of getting them their permits, city, federal. You have the federal, you need the city and state, and I hear you have great powers over them if we want, and we're going to give you that power. We've already given you that power. So Lee Zeldin is going to work with the thousands of people that are dying to build their house. And I also recommend one other thing. Give them the house plus a 10% bonus. In other words, you get a bonus, you can build your house 10% larger. They've suffered so greatly. They've waited so long, and they should be given a bonus. So I think, and I've heard this has been done before, they get a 10% bonus. They can build a house that's a little bit larger than what they had before. And I'd like to have you take it over.
Mr. President, your great Secretary of State was looking for another job. So.
I was thinking about him, but he's pretty well booked. I watched him yesterday. He did a great job yesterday, but he's a little booked up. Let's go, Lee. Talk. No more ideas like that, Lee.
When President Trump came into office, he immediately signed an executive order giving EPA 30 days to complete our Phase 1 hazardous material removal so that the Army Corps can...
Hearing from the head of the EPA speaking right now during this cabinet meeting. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside this cabinet meeting going on live right now at the White House.
And I'm not going to allow it to happen, okay? I mean, maybe it's politically correct, maybe it's not. I'm not going to let these people destroy the value of their houses. I built a lot of low-income housing. I made a lot of money building low-income housing. I know more about it than anybody. We're not going to allow this guy to build a low-income housing project on top of everything else in the middle of that mess that was created by the fact that they didn't allow water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, okay? And I'd like you to have that stopped and stopped immediately. No financing. That might be you, Scott, because they'll come to you for financing. It's never going to be approved. You would never, but Scott thought it was a horrible thing. So there's going to be no financing for low-income housing. Let the people build their houses, and as fast as you can, help them, help the mayor and help the governor get their permitting done, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Kelly, you know, I think you were just alluded to. Are you helping some of the people out there with loans?
Yes, Mr. President, thanks to your leadership, you also helped put the fires out. Your executive order got water to the scene in your earliest days of your presidency. So you've been there from day one. We've been out there twice now. There had been no changes until your executive order this week that is allowing that permitting to happen quickly. We have 16,000 structures burned. We have put loans out on 12,000 of them for $3.2 billion. More than half of all the disaster money delivered in America went to that area. Now, because of the abject leadership, the failures of Gavin Newsom, they have not been able to rebuild. Because of your leadership, they're going to be able to rebuild. But that's not all you've done.
They'll take the credit for it. Watch, it'll start, and they'll take the credit. Look at the great job we did. They would never. It wouldn't get built in 20 years, and it will be destroyed by building low-income housing next to luxury housing. History says that doesn't work too well. Go ahead.
We're going to make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. President.
Please.
But under your leadership, you've ended at least 8 wars, okay? But probably the most important and underreported war that this president ended was Joe Biden and the Democrats' war on Main Street and hardworking families. We've seen it as I've gone across the country this month, 10 different states, and we saw it when we were together in Iowa. Hardworking families, farmers, small businesses expressing gratitude, lined up to thank you. I was out with our great vice president last week in Toledo, Ohio. They are thanking this administration for getting Main Street back. The Trump tax cuts, the tariffs, deregulation, it's all rocket fuel for hardworking families in Main Streets. And I see it whether it's talking about small business expensing, 100% accelerated for Made in America factories, the 20% pass-through, but it's also working families where they have expanded child tax credits, increased standard deductions, permanent low-income tax rates, health savings accounts, Trump accounts. This president is delivering for Main Street. It's the most underreported story in this country. And I see it in Main Street businesses. All-time small business confidence hit a record under this president last year after the Trump tax cuts. All-time small business formation now at 36 million small businesses and a record $100 billion out from SBA because a record number of people want to invest in this country and hire. And whether I've talked to manufacturers about tariffs, they know that this president is bringing manufacturing back, just like Prince Manufacturing in Macon, Georgia. 500 employees machining parts for our defense, our agriculture, our automotive, our aerospace industry. They're going to hire 500 more people this year because of tariffs, because of the Trump tax cuts, and because of SBA lending. And I see this state after state as I've gone across the country, talked to hundreds of business owners, walked dozens of factory floors. This is not being covered, but it's going on in America. The number one problem is they need skilled workers. And this is something I'm working on with Secretary Chavez-Raynor. I'm working across the administration to ensure that we empower our small businesses. 98% of our manufacturers meet the small business definition. So Ford has 5,000 small manufacturing suppliers. The $18 trillion you brought in is creating an economic boom like none we've ever seen before. We are going to have 7% GDP growth. GDP now is probably underestimating where it is in 4Q, but with interest rates going down, with regulation going down, these are all taxes on small businesses, and those are going away. And thanks to President Trump, your leadership, we are seeing Main Street boom. Hardworking families have $1,000 already in their pockets, and when they get their $1,000 refund tax, I hope they all remember that every Democrat voted against them getting their tax refunds, because this is what our administration is doing, is powering your incredible economic agenda forward on Main Street.
Thank you very much. Great job. I do want to say that on my left, I have a man who's doing a fantastic job, and on my right also. But we're spending a tremendous amount of time and effort on building our military. We largely rebuilt the military during my first term, fortunately, and we're greatly enhancing it now. We're going to be doing something new. We're bringing back the battleship, and I thought, like you remember the battleships from the great Iowa, and Alabama, Missouri. Those unbelievable scenes that you see, Victory at Sea. You'd see these incredible ships, and I thought they were powerful, but the battleships that we're building are going to be 100 times more powerful than those beautiful works of art. I mean, they were magnificent, all steel. We have the steel now, and we're going to be doing that as an enhancement, but our military is very, very strong. You may want to say something about the large fleet of ships that's heading over to the Middle East.
Well, Mr. President, you had to, like so many other cabinet members have referenced, rebuild the perception of America. And at the Department of War, that meant reestablishing deterrence. What happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have occurred, what happened on October 7th in Israel, never would have happened under President Trump. So as a result, we're having to rebuild how our enemies perceive us. And when President Trump said, we're not getting Iran, you won't have a nuclear bomb, he meant it. And we sent those B-2s halfway around the world, and they never noticed. When he said, we're not going to tolerate trafficking drugs anymore in our hemisphere, we treat them like the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere, he meant it, and we're executing that. When you said, Mr. President, we're securing the border, the military was proud to do their part alongside Homeland Security to do that. Same thing with Iran right now. ensuring that they have all the options to make a deal. They should not pursue nuclear capabilities. We will be prepared to deliver whatever this president expects of the War Department, just like we did this month. No other military in the world could have executed the most sophisticated, powerful raid, not just in American history, I would say in world history. What those men did going downtown, another country, the most secure place in the most secure base in the middle of the night without anybody knowing until those simultaneous bombs dropped 3 minutes before the helicopters dropped. No other country could coordinate that. No other president would have been willing to empower those warriors that way to be that effective. And that sends a message to every capital around the world that when President Trump speaks, he means business, and we are reestablishing deterrence at the War Department, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job you're doing. Just to finish up on that, the Somalian pirates over the years have pirated, stolen many ships. They would get large amounts of money for the ship. You know, you have $1 billion ship, and the insurance companies didn't want to fight because, you know, some of those ships are very flammable. They're carrying millions of barrels of oil. Very flammable, very dangerous situation if they're shot at. So they wouldn't fight. We notified them a number of months ago. Anybody that does that gets the same treatment as a drug dealer sending their drugs in from Venezuela or anybody else. As you know, it's 97% down by water. So the drugs coming in by sea or by water is down 97%. Now we're also starting. That was the more difficult route. Now we're starting to do that by land also. It will be, you'll see that happen as they come in and kill our people with drugs. I think the real number is 300,000 people a year, not 100, but whatever it is, it's a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people. They're going to get hit. But also we added to the list the Somalian pirates that go out on a boat, similar type boat, actually not quite as fast, not quite as nice as you can imagine, but they get the same missile that we give to the people that are bringing drugs. And so far, we haven't seen anybody going out. So the traffic is not being interfered with by people pirating our ships. Not our ships, ships all over the world. I said, make it for any country. We're doing the rest of the world a favor. It's a very effective favor, but we see very little pirating nowadays. You used to have ships being taken every single, like 2 or 3 a week, these massive ships that be brought in to some place in Somalia, which I don't even know is it a country. We have Ilhan Omar left, and then she gives us lectures on the Constitution of the United States. These people are, what they've done to rip off our country is terrible, but the pirating has essentially stopped. They know that if anybody even makes a move toward a ship, they get the ultimate treatment. They will go to wherever they want to go, but it's probably not going to be to heaven. I can't imagine, but they get hit very hard, just like a drug dealer, just like the boats, the ships that are coming in. Every boat that comes in with drugs on it that we take out, we just saved 25,000 American lives. Each boat is the equivalent of saving 25,000 American, mostly American, but American lives. So I just wanted to let you know that, and Pete's been totally authorized to do that, and they know it's going to happen, and it seems that all of that brisk business that they had has been stopped in its right in its foot. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. My cabinet has been amazing. I like this much better than going around for 3 hours. We'll pick on other ones. Pam, you're doing great. We're all doing great. JD, if you'd like to say something, you can. Would you like to really quickly? He is, after all, the Vice President of the United States.
It's okay, sir. I'm here for the free coffee. I just say it's an honor to serve with this group, and we're doing a lot of good for the American people. We're very proud of it.
Yeah, we're very proud of the country. We're very proud of you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, why not take questions?
Mr. President, one question. Mr. President, on your request,
Thank you.
Thank you very
Why
much.
not take guys?
On
Thank
Putin,
you.
Mr.
Let's
President.
go. Let's go. Start moving. Thank you, press. Thank you. Go, guys.
So it appears they are not taking questions at this cabinet meeting, unlike many of the others that we have seen where the president has taken questions after the cabinet meeting. Notably, we did not hear from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who has faced some criticism in recent days. She was not called on during that meeting, and obviously with no chance for questions, didn't get to hear any questions asked about that situation as well. So that is certainly notable coming out of this about an hour and a half long cabinet meeting that just wrapped up at the White House. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with much more coming up in just 2 minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. We have talked about the Florida freeze. Now let's talk about the Central Florida frost. We're talking Scott Frost, head coach of the UCF Knights, who is speaking with reporters now. Just walked up to the podium. We're hearing from him. We're also going to hear from the football GM talking about the roster for the UCF football team. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Guys that have played a lot of football, I think you're inevitably going to get some tougher guys. And just walking around the building and feeling the difference in the type of person that's in the building right now says a lot to me about how we did as far as improving just kind of our attitudes, character, and overall experience and toughness.
What is it you see in that walking around and hearing from guys that shows you something's different than last season?
I see a lot of guys working hard already and a lot of mature, intelligent human beings that are all going to be pulling in the same direction. I still see a lot of guys I'm not quite sure I know all their names yet. I met with all these guys, and I know the names, but we got a lot of new guys again. Not near as much as last year. You know, last year I was learning our current team and 70 new players. You know, Trent and Sims and everyone did a really good job, I think, retaining the type of kids and players off last year's team that we wanted to keep. And those guys are certainly going to have to set the standard for what we're expecting and teach the new guys that. That being said, we got a bunch of new guys again. We're excited about them and excited to watch this group become a team.
Coach, you're bringing 31 players this transfer portal class. Last season when you were asked about the portal, it was more like you said, we're bringing in a class of mercenaries to go out there and represent UCF. Does that kind of seem that similar feeling with you and making sure these guys give it their all for one last year?
Yeah, it does and it doesn't. You know, we were double what we brought in last year. I think that's going to happen to anybody that's new. When coaches change in this era, it's going to be a huge, turnover. Like I said, we got to know the guys this year and had a lot more information going into the portal, and we're able to keep almost all the guys that we wanted to keep. We kept all the right guys, and we were able to fill in around them. And that made for less turnover. It's going to make for better continuity. We're going to have a team, coaches and players, that all kind of understand where we're going and have experience with each other a lot more than we had last year.
You said you're picky about the quarterback position. So what on tape stood out about Alonzo Barnett, and what's been the early kind of interactions between you and him and getting on the same page?
Yeah, obviously a lot of the quarterback evaluation, everything has been going on for a long time. And, what I love more than anything about Alonzo is he's a winner, and he's a proven winner. I think when you're a really good team, you have really exceptional leadership from that position. You have somebody that's tough at that position that other people want to get behind and play for and believe in. So not even speaking about the talent that he brings, just really impressed with his demeanor and excited about the level of toughness and leadership that we should get from him.
Coach, piggybacking off the quarterback situation, considering how early in the process you brought in Alonzo, what was it like recruiting the likes of Keon and Caleb, given that Alonzo was already in the building at the time?
Yeah, there's a lot of skilled players that when you talk to their agents about potentially coming to our school, one of their first questions was, who's the quarterback going to be? And so, that made that a priority for us for more reasons than the obvious. It would be a priority anyway, but I think that's certainly one of the first dominoes that needed to fall in order for us to fill out the team that we were able to bring in.
Coach, knowing that this is the only, portal window this year that you're going to have, how much better is it going to be to really know that this is, for the most part, the roster you're going to have going into the season?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a sense of security with that. It was rough last year, coaching and instructing guys that you weren't even going to sure were going to be on your team in the fall. This year, it's kind of built, it's done. We're always looking to add talent, and if there's ways we can acquire some more down the road, we will. But for the most part, the nuts and bolts of our team are here. I think we can more confidently get to work in teaching guys scheme, building continuity together, knowing that the group we have right now is the group that's going to be taking the field together, and that's a comforting feeling.
Last year you had an open quarterback competition throughout spring and preseason. How will this be different, knowing that Alonzo is your presumed QB1, and what about his skill set stands out to you that fits in with what you want to do on offense?
I think Alonzo's a guy that can really throw it. I think he plays courageously, stands in the pocket when he needs to make throws, takes off when he needs to. Probably a better athlete than some people realize, but he was able to accomplish a lot of really good things at James Madison, and hats off to them. We expect the same kind of production from him at this level. I think he can do everything really well. So we're looking forward to get him with the rest of the guys and just seeing how all of it comes together. But, we're definitely approaching this year with we have our number one, and I think the battle's really for 2, 3, and beyond.
Scott, can you point out some other guys you're really excited about on this list?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to point out guys that I'm really excited about because I don't want to leave anybody out. But, I do feel like, there's barely a position on the team where I feel like we didn't get better. Excited about the guys up front that we brought in on the O-line, experienced group. I got to watch them play a lot, watching tape. Really excited about the running backs. I think Duke Watson came here a long time ago out of high school and ended up going to a different school. And I watched him, and I've been excited about him for a long time just as a player. So getting him is exciting. We retained quite a few tight ends and receivers, but we're able to add to that group too with some guys that I'm excited about. Defensively, we have a lot of guys coming back. A lot of guys that I think can really play coming back, and we're able to add some real talent around them. So it's tough to pick one guy out of a group. I mean, there was a lot of work that went into that from my standpoint, from Trent's standpoint, and a lot of people in the building. And You know, this didn't just happen. There was a lot of work in the kitchen that had to be done in order to bake this cake, and now we feel good about what we have. It's time to get to work with them.
Coach, I feel like a common theme with this transfer portal class was not just guys coming in based off of potential, but guys who've produced maybe at the FCS or G5 level. Was that kind of an emphasis, getting guys who've already proven they can produce on the field?
Yeah, I think the most desirable thing and probably the most expensive thing in the portal is returning proven production. I do think, you know, Trent and other people in the building are a good balance for me. I'm always looking for elite athletic traits, and I still am, and will always look for those traits. I don't think you can be an elite player without them. You know, I would say that Trent probably leans more towards guys that have proven production. And so every guy that we looked at was kind of a balance between those two things, and figuring out what we could get and what kind of kids were interested in us, and trying to make decisions based off that. And I think it was a really good balance between the guys in the recruiting department and the GM and assistant coaches and myself, trying to build the best roster that we could.
Do you feel like you had to sacrifice defensive depth in the pursuit of either a quarterback or improving the offense through the portal?
No, I don't think we had to sacrifice depth anywhere. You know, if any depth issues arise, it's just probably going to be bad luck with injury, or in a couple spots where I wish we had one more maybe, but we have some spots left for that if we can find them. I think Trent did a really good job of kind of predicting the amount that it would take to fill the positions that we needed at each position. Obviously, that was always just a moving target, because nothing ever works out exactly like you want to in a process like that. But I don't feel like we had to sacrifice one position for any other, and feel good about what we added at every spot.
Coach, you made 3 new additions to your coaching staff there. What do they bring to your staff, and how did they kind of put their fingers on this recruiting class for their specific position groups?
Yeah, you know, I'll start with O-line. You know, tough circumstances for why we had to make a hire there, but I had a lot of time to think about that, and wanted someone with the background that AJ has. He's an easy guy to be around and to interview because he brings so much positive energy all the time. But he comes from a background of running the football and teaching technique up front that I believe in and want to make sure that we're employing at UCF. Lost Brandon Harris in the offseason to another opportunity, and really excited to get Will. You know, I don't think UCF should ever be afraid to find coaches that are kind of up-and-comers, and I've heard that from a lot of people about Will, and I can see why since he's been here. He's going to do a great job for us in the defensive secondary. And then Coop, we have too many Coops now. We have a center named Coop and an OC named Coop and a tight end coach named Coop, so I got to figure out how to differentiate all those. But Steve Cooper, being the offensive coordinator and coaching tight ends, just felt like it would help us a ton if he was able to spend a little more time walking around and just doing coordinator things. You know, Coop, we are lucky to get from Oklahoma State. He's done it. He's coached O-line. He's coached tight ends. And I think he's going to be a huge addition for us. And all 3 of those guys have fit in well with the rest of our staff right away. So they have some learning to do. We have some work to do to get familiar with everything, but I'm really excited about those 3 guys.
What was your thoughts about them as far as like their impact on the transfer portal class for their position groups?
All 3 of them, you know, in this portal cycle, there just wasn't a lot of time. You know, they had to get to work real quick, get familiar with what we had on our own team, what we still needed. You know, all 3 of them kind of came in with ideas of what guys were out there because they were looking at those at their previous spots. You know, 2 of the guys, it wasn't intended when we hired them, but 2 of the guys ended up with guys that they had coached at their last stop, and that certainly had nothing to do with hiring them and wasn't the intention or the reason for hiring them. but they were familiar with guys and believed in them, and we ended up getting them. You know, AJ knew a lot of guys from having his previous job and had some ideas about who he would have liked prior to even coming. So that made the process faster. But all three guys did a good job of jumping in head first and getting to work right away.
In this portal era, what are your thoughts on being able to build a Big 12 contending team in one cycle like this?
Well, one cycle is tough. This is our second cycle. And like I said, it gave us the ability to know our kids better, know who we really wanted to keep, know who could play, know who fit in with us, do our best to keep all them, and then build around that. And I expect a lot of things to get a little easier in year two. That doesn't guarantee you're going to win more. We have a lot of work to do to make that happen. But I do feel a lot better about the team that we've built and the place that we're starting from. And we're going to go to work from here and make sure we give ourselves the best chance that we can.
When you see what Indiana accomplished this season, what are the lessons that you take away from a championship like that by them?
My hat's off to Indiana. He's done a great job. You know, I think it was a big boost for him to be able to come from a place like where he came from and get a good group of guys that came with him from there. I think Tom, that was at Indiana before he was, obviously left some good players there that are still helping them win, and I think they've done an unbelievable job of evaluating and acquiring talent. They don't do anything crazy schematically. They just do everything they do really well, and I think you can take a lot of lessons from those things.
You're pretty much going to have a brand new running back room this year. You touched on Duke a moment ago. Can you just talk about, Landon and Duke and their trades, and obviously re-signing Tavion Swint as well?
Yeah, those are going to be the three, I think, that start the process at the top of the room. Excited about Duke. Like I said, Landon, his tape really jumped off at me. I really got my attention because of his size, his balance, and his ability to stay on his feet through contact. We didn't really have a big back last year, and I think he's going to be a little different than the rest of the guys we have. I'm really excited to see him get in our weight room and get bigger, stronger, faster, and seeing what he can do. Obviously, having Swint back is big for us. He was doing great through spring ball and fall camp until we lost him. He's an X factor with his speed and big play potential. So excited about those guys. We got two freshmen coming in too that I'm excited to see, and then AG's back, and he certainly finished the year strong for us. So I think we got a lot of depth in that room, and excited to see the competition.
We saw stories nationwide on how crazy the portal was, how crazy that 2 weeks was. Do you have any crazy stories? And recruiting, can you say that you've seen it all now?
Oh, you can say you've seen it all, but we'll just wait till next year. I don't want to say much. I get in trouble if I don't agree with how everything's going right now. But you hear the stories, and those type of things are going to keep happening until there's better ground rules around all this. And all we can do in the meantime is fight as hard as we can and try to play the game we're being asked to play as well as we can. I'm grateful to Terry. We're coming at this from a lot better place than we did a year ago because of the resources that he's been able to provide for us, and I think that gives us an even better chance. And then it was up to us to try to field the team. And, I'll kind of keep my comments about where this all is and the direction that it's going to myself, but I think you're going to continue to see crazy stories until they get their arms around this.
Coach, what's the process like now for these new guys to build trust with the guys who have stayed, from now until spring ball?
With the guys that we're keeping?
Yeah, the guys, just build trust, camaraderie with the new guys coming in, the 30 players you just signed, along with the guys, who are still here, just so trust can be built so you guys are all ready for spring.
Yeah, I've said this a lot last year. I think it's going to be a challenge every single year. It's going to be even harder than ever to build, good teams with good teammates that care about each other and build good cultures because you're starting over for a large part every year. I think it's even more important than ever. And I think we did some good things really well last year. I think there's some other things that I think we can improve the way that we did it last year. I want to be even quicker with team things. Because of schedule, we did a lot of things and broke up just offensively and defensively last year. And it took us a while, I think, to feel a real bond across the whole of the team. So we're going to do more of those things earlier this year. You know, that being said, we got a lot of offense to teach, a lot of defense to teach, a lot of special teams to teach, and a lot of workouts to do. So we still got to get our work done, but as much as we can get around each other and start to build the camaraderie, the better.
Coach, was there any kind of specific character traits that you were looking for in this portal class? Anything that really stuck out to you?
That's a good question for Trent. He's probably going to come up here and give you the Belichick personality when he gets up here. But I'm excited for him to do this. I really am.
How was it working with Trent, too?
Trent did an unbelievable job. Really, the whole group did an unbelievable job. The level of organization and preparedness that we had going into this was huge, especially for how fast it all happened. And again, time will tell how good a job we did based on the results, but I'm really thankful to those guys for what they got done. I suppose, you know, proven production, experience, and character and toughness were the things that we were looking for the most. I don't think that's a secret or a groundbreaking concept or idea. I think most people are looking at that, but for those things, but I think we were very disciplined in our approach, and with almost every guy found the majority of those traits, if not all those traits. And we're definitely going to be a more experienced seasoned team than we were a year ago. I think we were young and trying to all come together as one from coaching staff on down. So hopefully those things shine through a little more this year.
Earlier this month, you guys signed Tyron Horns. He committed during the Under Armour All-America game. What made him a player that you guys stuck with even when he flipped in the summer, and how can he maybe make an impact in year one?
Yeah, and, you know, in this day and age, recruiting's not over until it's over, and, you know, we're not going to give up on anybody that we really like and want on our team, no matter what happens through the process. You know, Tyron's a guy that we had our eye on him for a long time. Got a lot of help from good people down where he's from, and you know, we kind of had an idea what was going to happen before I think the general public did, and we're going to look for Florida kids. We're going to continue to recruit high school kids, but it's got to be the right guys that fit us from a character standpoint, and it's got to make sense. And we're really looking for guys that we can develop and get to know down here and build to try to make the core of our team guys that we get to spend a lot of time with.
You had a special squad in 2017, obviously. How far away from that are you, do you think?
About 9 years. It's been 9 years. Sorry. You know, that team was special. You know, there's no way we could have had that team in year one. You know, when I took the job, said this a lot, I thought that first time I thought it would take us about 3 years to get it there. Everything just happened fast. But part of that was, I think we won 5 one-score games that year. We were 5-0 in one-score games. That's a huge part of it. If you're winning the close games and you get that momentum, then they just continue to happen. And we'll certainly be closer to that than we were a year ago. You know, how far we can take it's probably going to depend on how we play in those games. I think we did relatively well this past year. We lost a couple that we could have won, and if you're going to have that type of year, a lot of things got to go right, and you got to win those games. And we'll try to put in as much work as we can, as smart as we can do it, to try to give ourselves the best chance. Yep.
Scott Frost stepping down there. We do expect to hear from the GM here in just a minute. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you back to this news conference going on at the UCF. This is the Trent Mossbrucker, who's the GM, talking about the development of the roster for the UCF Knights football team. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And a big part of this, too, obviously you're not talking to the young men, but you can listen to them speak in interviews. You can read articles about them dating back in time, so you can kind of get an understanding of who they are and what they're going to bring to you before you actually get to talk to them, right? So I think we did a lot of research on him.
In terms of roster construction, what's your overarching strategic vision?
Really good players.
It's the mix between the portal, using the portal, high school recruiting. What's the big picture vision?
Got it. Yeah. So like Coach said, we're always going to high school recruit because I think philosophically it's easier to build a philosophy with guys who you bring in from high school and you build up through 4 to 5 years within your program, right? And then those older guys can tell the younger guys the stories of, hey, they asked me to do these things and then they took care of me contractually at the end of the day. For us, it's about two things. It's about production and professionalism. We ask you to do those two things, and then we can have very open and honest conversations about what that contract looks like for you on a year-to-year basis. But I always think there's going to be a balance. We're always going to recruit high school young men, and then part of roster construction these days is going to be through the portal and balancing those two. The other day, we just brought a new guy on our staff, Trey Nair, who's our assistant general manager. We were going through our roster for next year already. Okay, we have these players exiting, okay, and we're targeting bringing in this many high school players while leaving enough room, and then thinking about attrition through your roster throughout the year.
In terms of contracts, when do those contracts start? Are they able to be 2-year contracts?
Yeah, you can do a multitude of things, and I think this is where alignment comes into play for me with our legal team, Chris McFarland, our compliance office. I think that we're restricted to do certain things with our contracts, but we are aligned in what we can do and cannot do, which makes it very easy for me to, when I'm talking to agents or players, like, hey, here's where we see this, here's how we can do this, and then it's pretty cut and dry from that standpoint. Contractually speaking, you can do multi-year contracts, you can do incentive-based contracts, you can do a lot of things with them, but it's what fits the kid, really, and what fits the program at the end of the day as well.
Do you have multi-year contracts?
I don't like to speak on anybody's contract, nobody specific. We've talked about the idea of. Have we got there yet? No.
How's it going, Coach? Given how quickly the roster had to be constructed last season, barely any returning guys, how much was it of a great emphasis to keep guys on this roster that stood out to you throughout the season and are able to now contribute with new players that you think are going to fit well with them?
Huge. It's a huge piece for us. I think the first thing, high school recruiting is probably the first thing in roster building because they're the first ones to come on your radar. And then we do a major evaluation throughout the year. And obviously I wasn't here in spring ball. I got here during camp, but we started in camp. We followed up throughout the season. And then we had a meeting at the end of the season to all be aligned with these are the players that we would like to retain. Because that's where it starts for us, and bringing the right people and having the right people in the building. And I think you take a look at a guy like Preston Cushman, Lewis Carter. Those are guys who played good football for us last year, and they're also really good people and leaders in our building. And that's the foundation of what we're trying to build around people like that. So being able to retain, those two guys and a multitude of other guys, and having the right people in the building, I think is setting a good foundation for us.
With regards to the Darian Mensah situation this past week, a Power 4 general manager told CBS Sports, quote, signed contracts mean nothing. Is that the experience that you're dealing with on the front end of this thing? And how do you try to safeguard against, late poaching or at the end of the window?
Yeah. I think signed contracts do mean something. It depends on what is in the contract and what your legal team and your university is comfortable with putting in the contract. You're never going to stop, and I don't know that situation, so I'm speaking in generalities here. You're never going to be able to stop certain things that happen within the portal. All we can do is control the relationships that we have in our building with our players, and talking to them, communicating with them, having open lines of communication. So if something ever comes up in our building and we're surprised by it, odds are we weren't doing a good enough job communicating with them, and that's our job. We need to communicate, and communicate at a very, very high and efficient level.
And then you were able to keep a player that entered the portal, was planning to enter the portal on Horace Lockett. So what was that situation like, and trying to make sure that he was obviously a player you guys valued to bring him back?
Yeah, Horace chose to, entertain the portal. And when anybody does that, everybody has their own reasons for doing so. And we never question anybody. We just try to, again, have open lines of communication with them. So he chose to enter the portal. That was his choice, no problem. I think he went on maybe one visit. And then we had another phone call. I talked to his mother on Christmas Eve. We had a lot of phone calls and a lot of positive communication. And ultimately,
GM Trent Mossbrucker talking about the construction of this UCF football team roster. It's always an interesting thing to kind of hear about in this day and age with NIL, with the transfer portal, just a lot of things, a lot of moving parts, interesting stuff to hear about. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look at Bayfront Park in downtown Miami. You can see the Kaseya Center there in the background as well, where the Magic beat the Heat last night, 133 to 124, snapping the losing streak, trying to get things back on track for this basketball team. Joining us live now to talk about the win last night and where things go from here for the Magic. We've got Jason Beatty, the Orlando Magic beat reporter with the Orlando Sentinel, joining us live via Zoom. Jason, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today to talk some basketball.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting 24 hours for this Magic team. So it's good to join you.
It has been an interesting 24 hours. Let's start with the game last night, because in a lot of ways it seemed like this one was a must-win for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could talk to anyone in the Magic locker room, coaches, players alike. It was clear how desperate this team needed to find a way to win. And the fact that they had an opportunity to do that on the road against their in-state rival Heat, a team that they had already beaten 3 times earlier this season, I think it was a good opportunity for them to get out and kind of recapture their identity on both ends of the court. So it was clear how badly this one was needed.
So how were they able to right the ship last night?
I think the biggest thing was that, they played with effort, the correct intentionality, a sense of urgency, and not just for, an 8-minute stretch or a half or 3 quarters, but a full 48 minutes. I mean, Miami, actually outscored and took a lead into the half during the second quarter. Orlando responded with the 40-20 run in the third, and Miami even made another push late in the fourth. They got within 6 points with a minute left, and As a team that's dealt with slow starts and poor finishes, they had to earn this one. And I think what they did well was turn defense into offense and play a full 48 minutes. And that's something we haven't seen from this team, in about a month, really.
It has been a rough stretch for the Magic. How have the players and the coaching staff been handling all of this?
Yeah, I think it's a unique position that they're in. Mo Wagner said in the locker room recently that this is one of the toughest stretches that he's been a part of with this team, and he went through majority of the rebuild that they've underwent. So I think it all comes with expectations, right? I mean, this franchise, this organization has gone through a lot over the years, from rebuilding and blowing up to rebuilding again, and I think when you have high expectations, that comes with pressure, and usual frustration that comes during a losing streak can blow up into bigger things. But I think the veteran voices, the leaders in this locker room have handled it well, and there's definitely been some frustration for sure. But I think they also realize that they're all on the same team and they're all trying to go for the same goal, and that's to win games.
Jason, I want to ask you, and we've got the sound bites here, so I'm just going to let you set it up here, because I know you ask. We've seen some reports of some strained relationship between the head coach and star forward Paolo Banchero. We've got the sound bites of you speaking with them yesterday, but just talk with us a little bit to kind of set this up before we hear what you asked them and how they answered it.
Yeah, it was interesting because earlier Wednesday, ESPN's Tim McMahon said on a podcast with Brian Windhorst and Tim Bontemps that basically there's a lot of noise around the league that Paolo and Jamal were not seeing eye to eye. That was the direct report, that there's a lot of noise around this strained relationship, and I think that's something you never want to hear between a coach and a star player, regardless of the team. So I took the liberty on the road to ask both individuals, both Jamal and Paolo, about that report and those comments and what they made of it. So I just felt like it was really important to ask about.
Jamal, Tim McMahon said on an ESPN podcast this morning that you and Paolo might not be seeing eye to eye right now. When you hear that, what is your reaction? What do you make of comments like that?
Yeah, I don't really have reactions to that. I think that's outside opinion, which is the case, and everybody's fair to have their opinion on that. I think what me and Paolo have is a constant level of competitiveness that wants to find a way to get a win. No one's happy when you're on a losing streak, and there shouldn't be happiness on a losing streak. And so I don't give too much to those versus what's going on in our locker room, as our guys have that edge that wants to find a way to get a win.
Paolo, there's been some national noise about your relationship with Jamal Mosley, and obviously you guys have talked about the frustration during this throughout the season and this losing streak. Just what is your relationship like with him, and how has he helped you guys?
Yeah, I mean, he helps us a lot. He's helped me a lot, and we have a lot of open communication. I wouldn't say, whatever those reports are, I wouldn't say those are true, in my opinion. I think, one thing I know about myself and one thing I know about him is that we're both fierce competitors. And so when you're losing a lot of games and stuff's not going well, people are upset. And, me and him haven't had any blow-ups or arguments or going back and forth. Like, me and him are pretty aligned with, when we talk to each other, trying to figure stuff out. Now, that's not saying when, we lose 4 or 5 in a row that I'm not pissed off, he's not pissed off. But in terms of, like, our relationship, I think it's been good, since I've gotten here. And obviously, as a team, we need to keep improving. And I've been vocal about that. And, he understands that. We all understand that. So I don't think anything that I've said or he said isn't already known in terms of the team and the organization.
So what do you make of that, Jason, and their response to those questions?
Yeah, I would say when I asked Jamal that before the game, it was a little tense. I could sense that he wasn't happy that I had to ask a question like that. I don't think it was a position any of the guys wanted to be in, and I think it was important to ask about it because this is ESPN. I mean, this is the worldwide leader in sports, right? And reporting on a disgruntled relationship supposedly between your star player and the coach. And by the time that I asked Paolo about it, obviously they had gotten the win. But I need to be really clear, like, I've been around Paolo. I've been around this team now for the better part of 3 seasons. That was one of the most genuine, most eloquent answer, a long worded answer from Paolo that directly denied the report, directly made it clear that he and Jamal, like he said it himself, sure, there's some frustration when you lose 4 or 5 games in a row, but they have a good relationship. At the end of the day, like I said before, they're all trying to get the same goal, and that's to win games, advance in the playoffs, and have a special season. So I think it was really impressive on Paolo's part to, not just deflect or defer, but actually take it straight on and say, I don't know where that's coming from. I don't think it's true in my opinion, and actually go on to talk about their relationship. So it was impressive from Paolo for sure.
Now let's talk about what's next for this team. Against all odds, this team only 2 games above 500, and yet they are still first place in the division, because this is a division this year that no one has seemed to kind of want to run away with. So what's next for the Magic?
Well, look, the road doesn't get any easier. I mean, they play the Raptors on Friday. That's a game that just got put on to ESPN, and then they go to San Antonio and Oklahoma City, over the weekend into next week. I mean, that's a really tough stretch of games, and I don't think this team, even though they did win last night, it doesn't dispel some of the frustration and some of the things that they need to improve on. They said themselves there's still work to be done. One win doesn't change the outlook of the season, but it could be a turning point for this group. So they have a few more games that are going to be challenging, and then going into the trade deadline is next week. They have the All-Star break coming up. It's an important stretch for a team that we've seen in the past when they come out of the All-Star break, string wins together, make a second half push of the season into the postseason. So it's still, they're not out of the woods yet, as I like to say, but they're I think trending in the right direction.
Do you look for this team to make any moves ahead of the deadline?
Yeah, I think, look, Orlando did its big move, I think, this year already. That was when they acquired Desmond Bane, of course, and that's a move we've talked about, you and I, on this show before. And in terms of the trade deadline coming up, I think, unless there's something that makes a lot of sense, I really see the priority for them is to get under the tax. And I know we're getting into the weeds a little bit of, the CBA and collective bargaining and where the money stands financially with Orlando. But, they're going to look to get under the tax, and that might be having to make some difficult decisions, whether that's Tyus Jones or Jonathan Isaac or, whoever it might be to get under the tax and make sure that you're financially sound moving forward. But I also know that they still have a roster spot available open to fill. I wouldn't be surprised if they made a push for, a veteran player or two to help, continue to stabilize the locker room and then put them in the right direction. And I think, obviously health has been the biggest thing for this team that's, been detrimental to them this season, as it was last year. So I think there's some moves that they can make that can help them both financially and on the court, on both ends.
All right, Jason Beatty, the Orlando Magic beat reporter for the Orlando Sentinel. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look at Kia Center, where on a Friday night, the Magic going to host the Toronto Raptors, 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you back to this news conference in Pinellas County. I started we listened to a little bit of it earlier, but then dumped out when the news cabinet meeting began at the White House. The Pinellas County Sheriff talking about the arrest of a former deputy, worked 22 years as a corrections officer, and now arrested, facing charges in connection after allegations of an incident between him and an inmate. Here is the sheriff speaking about that arrest earlier today.
Morning, everyone. Anyone not ready? Okay. Good morning. I'm Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, and we're here this morning to announce the arrest and termination of Deputy James Jones. On May 29th, 2025, George Miller was booked into the Pinellas County Jail after being arrested by the St. Petersburg Police Department on charges of burglary, felony battery, and criminal mischief. Miller was unable to post bail, and he remained in jail pending the resolution of his charges. From the time that Miller entered the jail, he was known as a problematic inmate. He would often cause problems with staff. He would mouth off to deputies. He taunted other inmates, and overall he had difficulty getting along with everyone, inmates and staff at the jail. On November 20th, 2025, while still in custody after his arrest in May, Miller suffered a medical event, and he was transported to Northside Hospital in St. Petersburg. He remained at the hospital for several days, and then medical staff determined that he required surgery. Deputies from the jail remained with Miller, as is standard practice for inmates that are transferred from the jail to the hospital. On December 1st of 2025, Deputy James Jones was assigned to guard Miller at Northside Hospital. Miller was in a single room at the hospital. He was confined to his hospital bed, and policy required that his hands and legs be restrained except when necessary for medical care. While in the hospital on December 1st, while being watched by Deputy Jones, Deputy Jones reported to his supervisors that about 8 o'clock that evening that Miller was throwing, as he described it, as a, quote, temper tantrum. Again, Miller was known as a problematic inmate. This wasn't something new. He had been in jail since May, and everyone knew this guy had issues and had problems. But despite Miller being known as a problematic inmate, there is an indication that Deputy Jones may not have had Miller properly restrained, and at least one hand or leg may have been unrestrained while Miller was under Deputy Jones's supervision. But Deputy Jones was less than candid with supervisors, and when asked about this incident that we're going to talk about here today, and because there's no video evidence, we're unable to definitively determine whether Miller was or was not properly restrained while in the hospital bed as required by policy. Nonetheless, on that day, at about 10:30 p.m., and this is now about 2.5 hours after Deputy Jones reported to his supervisor that Miller was acting out, a registered nurse at Northside Hospital who was assigned to care for Miller was standing in the hallway outside of Miller's hospital room wherein she heard a shouting match between Miller and Deputy Jones. So they're yelling at each other. They're having this big shouting match as described by the nurse. When the nurse looked into the room, she observed Deputy Jones, and as she described it, slam dunk, and put that in quotes, slam dunk, punched Miller with a closed fist in the middle of his chest. So the way she described it is that Miller's laying in his hospital bed, and when she heard the commotion, looked inside, and that there was a shouting match going on, and that Deputy Jones, with a closed fist like this, just came down hard and slammed Miller right in the middle of his chest. The nurse later entered Miller's hospital room and observed that Miller also had a contusion over on his left cheek and a laceration over his eye. Miller told the nurse when she came into the room that Deputy Jones, quote, punched out of me. The nurse reported this to her supervisor and hospital supervision, then reported this to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. We began an investigation, and evidence shows that Miller did not have any injuries prior to the shouting match that he had with Deputy Jones, and the nurse then seen Deputy Jones punch Miller. When asked about the incident the next day by his lieutenant, Deputy Jones stated that Miller had kicked him and had struck him. The evidence is contrary to that, and Jones's statements are inconsistent with all of the facts, and Jones lied to his lieutenant when he made that statement the next day. Moreover, Deputy Jones never reported being struck by Miller to anyone the night before. He never logged any such incidents in the hospital room log as required by policy. He never wrote an incident report and never reported that he used force or wrote any type of a use of force report. So just to put it in the simplest of terms, Deputy Jones got into an argument with an obstinate inmate restrained in a hospital bed. He lost his temper and punched the inmate in the chest and face, splitting open the inmate's forehead above his eye. There is simply no lawful reason for Deputy Jones to strike Miller, and in doing so, he committed a crime. He committed a battery. Deputy Jones was arrested last night on one count of battery and booked into the Pinellas County Jail. He posted $1,000 bail a little after 9 o'clock last night, and he was released just like any other defendant. Deputy Jones is 66 years old. He worked for the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office since 2021, and prior to that, he worked as a correctional officer for the Florida Department of Corrections from 2004 until 2021 when he began with us. So Deputy Jones had about 22 years experience as a correctional officer between his time here and his prior employment with the Department of Corrections. He was fired immediately upon his arrest last night. So these things happen. It's not reflective of the deputies of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. As I said, what the evidence shows is that there was a screaming match between Jones and Miller, and Jones didn't act as a deputy sheriff should act. He didn't act professionally and just handle the situation. He lost his temper and he split open Miller's eye, punched him in the chest and split open his eye, and he's got to be accountable for that. So he was treated like everybody else. He's charged with a crime. He's fired. He's gone. As we always are, we're forthright and transparent when these things happen. Occasionally they do happen. It's not a good moment, but when you have the amount of inmates that pass through the jail and the amount of deputies we have, we've had these things happen over time. But we always hold people accountable, and it's things that happen. So anybody have any questions?
Sheriff, is it standard procedure to just have one deputy with an inmate? Did that change? How's that?
No, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of hospital security and what we do and don't do, because that can be a very sensitive topic. But there are times, certainly, okay, and sometimes we'll have multiple deputies. And I'm not saying during the whole time. I mean, we have other inmates in the hospital, so there's a lot of staff around. We have adequate personnel there. In this particular case, at that moment, it was a one-on-one situation.
And the nurse just kind of seeing something, saying something, and she, saw it wasn't correct, and kind of, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, she did her job, and she did what was right. Obviously, she was concerned and probably, appalled with what she saw. Realized that it wasn't right, and she did the right thing, absolutely the right thing. She did what she should have done. I mean, there's no question that Jones was wrong. He did everything wrong, and he wasn't following policy anyway. Again, as I said, he was lying about stuff. The inmate probably wasn't properly restrained. We're having some trouble figuring out exactly what was restrained or not. Inmates mouth off. Okay, so that's what we do. I mean, go figure. What? That's something new and novel. You got mouthy inmates. It's we got 3,200 of them sitting out there. So, he just needs to be professional and handle it. But he lost his cool. He lost his temper. Punched him in the chest, as I said. Really slammed down hard on his chest and punched him in the face strong enough with his fist to, as they would say, bust open his eye. So, that's bad, and he's accountable for it.
Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri answering some questions earlier about that detention deputy accused of attacking an inmate who has been fired, who has been charged in connection with that case. Well, we are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour for Florida Live. We're going to welcome in our TV audience as well. But what I want to do right now is put up this and give you our QR code where you can send in questions about the cold. We've talked about the Florida freeze, what's coming this weekend. We want to know what questions you have about the cold, about precautions you need to take, about why we're seeing this, about what it's going to do, about the chance for flurries in some parts of Florida. What questions do you have? Send them in. You can put them on that, scan that QR code, send them in that way. Send them to us on social. You can drop them in the YouTube chat. At 2 o'clock, we're going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. We are going to talk all about this weather, and so we want your questions. We'll have the chance to get those answered coming up in just a few minutes. So go ahead and send in your questions. We'll be back here in a couple of minutes. We're going to talk weather and a whole lot more right here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a busy last 3 hours on Fox Local and YouTube. If you're just joining us here on the TV side, we appreciate it. We've got a lot to talk about over this next hour. We're going to start by talking about the Florida freeze. We know it is going to get cold this weekend. It's already been cold here in our area, but we also want to know what questions you have about the cold. So send us your questions right now. You can scan that QR code, send them in that way. We're also monitoring our YouTube chat right now. Drop your questions in the chat if you've got them there. You can also reach out to us on social media, because Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining us live now to talk about this, and we will answer some of those questions here in just a minute. But Laurel, we appreciate you joining us here today. We know it's the big story here that we've already been dealing with some cool temperatures, but if you thought that was cold, just brace yourself for this weekend.
Florida and freeze are just two words that should never go together unless it's like a frozen drink or something, in my opinion. So this is cold, and we've already kind of had a little bit of a taste of that cold, but this is actually a pretty complicated forecast. There's a couple of things working together in order to make those temperatures quite literally Arctic here in Central Florida, and we're going to kind of break down that and, of course, answer your questions as well. I'm excited.
Yeah, let's do it, and let's start because I mean, we're not exaggerating here when we say this is historic cold that is coming.
Kid you not, like we are quite literally about to break records. So just a little bit of history for you before we kind of get into the nitty gritty. Since 1893, since all records from Orlando have been slowly starting to get recorded, coldest high on record, 1936, was 48 degrees for a daytime high. Coldest low was 28 degrees, and that was hit in 1936 and 1909. And both records could be broken as we take a look at Sunday and Monday. So just to kind of reminisce a little bit, I was doing yard work. I was out in the sunshine last weekend, and this was on Sunday. Taking a look just 7 days later, we're going to be seeing wind chills of 12 degrees out there, so it is quite literally going to be feeling like single digits. And there's a couple of things that's allowing this to happen. So the atmosphere is set up in layers. So let's start off with one of the very top layers that kind of really start to form our weather that we have down here at the surface, in the Earth's surface. So this is what's happening way up in the atmosphere. This is the polar vortex. And usually in the summer, this stays up in northern Canada. But now that we're in winter, it has drifted down, and there's this huge wave that has brought down all of this Arctic air. And you can see just from this alone, we were already going to be chilly. But there's another characteristic and another player in all this that is really making those temperatures frigid. So even with just this alone, you can see that white line that's dragged across that graphic right there. That was the 32-degree line. So we were already going to be seeing temperatures freezing, but now we have another player in all of this as well. So we have this top layer of the atmosphere. This is the polar vortex. And then that paired with this low pressure system that's going to create another huge snow event for areas across the East Coast, Carolinas, New England. It is going to work in tandem with the polar vortex to continue just to usher that cold air in. You can see that cold front. That's what's going to create the wind, which is also going to create the wind chills as you take a look outside Sunday morning, as well as the very, very cold air that's also going to help kind of usher that in to bring in the coldest air temperatures, taking a look at Monday. So that's kind of the big picture, but you wouldn't think of it right now. It's beautiful as we take a look over downtown Orlando. Forecast lows through the overnight tonight, nowhere near as chilly as what it's going to be. This is, I guess, the little bit of a warm up before, I guess, the very mean trick of a cool down, because we're going to be seeing quite the difference in temperatures. Wrapping up the work week, actually, on a very nice note, temperature is going to be throughout the upper 60s, beautiful sunshine. And that's when this cold front moves in. So here's the timing on this. As we head through Friday, we're going to see a couple of scattered showers maybe here and there, but it's mainly going to be Friday night into Saturday morning. So we can see all of that moisture being pushed in across the peninsula. This is what's going to create some showers, especially through the overnight and Saturday morning. This is 7 a.m. And then the wind is going to be the main story on Saturday. Showers in the morning, wind in the afternoon as we continue to see all of that cold air just get pushed in across the region. And you can just see that this is going to really amp up, and it's going to amp up quick. This is 9 a.m. Little bit of a breeze, nothing too bad. Just an hour later, we pop up to 20 miles per hour. Then it's almost 40 miles per hour in some areas, and it just continues to get worse as we head through the day. So most likely wind advisories area wide. And again, it is going to be blustery out there until probably Sunday morning. And then the cold really sets in, and that's what's going to make our temperatures so chilly taking a look Sunday and Monday. So record cold, hard freeze all across central Florida. Sunday, here are your reading temperatures of what it's going to read on the thermometer, lingering right around the low and mid 20s. But then again, we're talking about that wind chill with all that blustery wind that we're having on Saturday. That's sticking around into Sunday morning, and those temperatures are going to be feeling like 11 degrees in Orlando, feeling like 8 in Gainesville, which is going to crack the top 10 for the coldest wind chills that we have felt here in Central Florida in history. Last little bit of cold numbers for you, I promise, and then we'll switch the subject. Taking a look Monday, we're going to be seeing those temperatures still chilly, but this is when the coldest air sets in. We're going to see those temperatures lingering throughout the low and mid 20s. Some areas may be lucky enough to reach the upper 20s, but it is going to be cold, Garrett. I feel like I was telling you yesterday that my dad had to send down cold gear like mittens and gloves.
Yeah, did it arrive?
No, it didn't. It's supposedly supposed to be arriving today.
Okay.
So hopefully, fingers crossed, it gets here before the cold sets in. I'm hoping on it.
If not, you'll have to file a complaint with your father.
I'll have to wear oven mitts.
you know what? At this point, I think some people might have to, because it's not often that we have wind chills like this. You were showing those wind chills. My goodness, that is nothing to play around with.
Cold, and again, we're already talking with that cold air being just ushered in by 2 players. Remind you that last week when we had this huge winter system kind of impacting the same areas, that also dropped a lot of snow across the Carolinas as well. So we have that cold air that's also just being almost super cold by going over the snow that it is traveling across in order to get to us here in Central Florida. So that's just another thing of why our temperatures are going to be so cold. Taking a look at the next couple days.
All right, now let's get into some questions.
Yes.
Not too late to send them in. We'll pop the QR code up here in just a second. You can also drop them in the chat on YouTube right now. Send them to us on social media as well. Here is our QR code. What questions do you have about the cold? And I think our first question looked like it was from Marco in Orlando, who's wanting to know, is it safe to go to indoor events like church services, indoor restaurants, maybe the trampoline park? You know what? It might be a great weekend to go to the trampoline park.
Any indoor activities, Marco, that you have, it's going to be great for it. Personally, I will most likely be staying in the house in a nice warm blanket, probably having a movie day or something, catching up on TV shows, but I'm going to be here. But if you do need to go out, couple of tips. Making sure that your car is ready to go, especially for us here in Florida. Our cars, which I didn't realize, Florida cars usually don't have built-in seat warmers. Little fun fact of the day.
All right. Well, not a fun fact this weekend. That is not a fun fact.
No, for sure not. But something that we're really going to need to be cautious of over the next couple days is how our cars are going to be kind of handling the cold. Make sure it's warm. Make sure your windshield is clear, because you're probably going to be seeing a little bit of frost on the windshield. Taking a look Sunday and Monday specifically. But it's also going to kind of freeze or slow down your fluids in your car. So give your car plenty of time to warm up. I know I like to jump the gun, just turning on, wait a couple seconds, and then I hit the road. Give yourself like 5-10 minutes to allow your car to warm up. And also just make sure that you're going outside and you're prepared. You're going to need the heavy coat. You're probably going to need the hat. You're probably going to need the gloves. Even if you're just outside for a couple of minutes, it's going to feel chilly for sure. If you're going to be outside for more than about an hour, then you're really going to need to bundle up, because as we head through the next couple of days, especially Sunday morning, if you're outside for a long period of time, I know the Mount Dora Art Festival is happening this weekend, and lots of folks are going to be cold. Lots of folks are going to be staying outside for a long period of time. Bundle up, because you will need to do that for sure. The cold's going to set in quick.
Yeah, in Gasparilla in Tampa, so we know a lot of people are going to be out of that and going to be certainly cold there. I do believe we have some other questions here that we can get to. Let's see. Will there be snow or just cold? That's what William wants to know.
Good question, William. So with that, for us here in Central Florida, no snow. No snow, but there is the possibility of maybe a little freezing precipitation down towards Tampa. Of course, you mentioned Gasparilla happening this weekend. Some Pirates might be a little bit cold, but something that we're going to see is almost like a sea breeze effect. And when we see our normal summertime storms, we see that warm air coming off the ocean, and that's what allows it to rise. Precipitation happens, kind of similar to that, but it's not cold enough, or we're not really going to have the moisture in order to support snow. So that's kind of what we're looking at for us here in Florida.
Gulf effect flurries.
Yeah, that's a thing.
It's wild. Who knew?
It's almost, if you kind of think of it as like a lake effect in a way, very similar concept, but unfortunately we do not have the moisture to back it up. So unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any flurries, probably besides Frozen and Epcot, but that's about it.
Right. It really would have set the atmosphere for the outdoor hockey game in Tampa on Sunday. That would have been something. So
hey, they don't need to keep the ice cold.
I know.
We got that covered.
Who would have thought in Florida here? Well, let's see if we have any other questions coming in right now. Looks like our theme park's still open. They're taking the family to Epcot this weekend. You mentioned the Frozen ride at Epcot. Aaron wants to know about going to the theme parks, maybe Disney or Universal this weekend.
Well, Aaron, if you're going to Norway in Epcot, yes, you'll definitely see some snowflakes there. Actually, no, I lied. The Frozen ride is down right now because they're doing renovations to that. So,
but the theme parks are open. The water parks will not be But Disney, we know we've seen some pictures, people sharing pictures of some salt and that kind of thing on the sidewalks. So they're taking preparations so that things don't get slippery in the cold. But yeah, they'll be open.
They will be open, but definitely watch the temperature, especially if you're a park goer, rope drop person like I am. Stay till the very, very start, to all the way to the end. Roller coasters will close, especially the outdoor roller coasters, if the temperature dips below 34, 35 degrees, because that's when the metal does start to slowly contract a little bit. So anywhere near freezing, we may see the closure of outdoor roller coasters. And it's going to be cold, so I wouldn't be surprised if even we see the parks close a little bit early, like Fun Spot, some of the smaller parks that are here in Central Florida.
We will have to see. So hopefully no major impacts on your plans this weekend. Let's see if we have any other questions that are popping in at the moment. Do we have to worry about our pipes freezing? The good question here from Nick.
That is a great question.
What can we do to prevent them from freezing and bursting? Because we know that some of those exposed pipes, unlike a lot of other places, may not be insulated here. So what do we need to know about that this weekend?
Nick, great question. 5 Ps. People, pipes, pets, pools, and what am I forgetting?
I don't know. I would have to count again. I'd have to start from the beginning.
People, pets, pipes, pools.
Well, that's 4 Ps. We'll go with 4 Ps for
There's
right now.
another one in there.
But the pipes, that is a legitimate concern because of the 2 nights in a row where we are going to be in a hard freeze.
Yes, that's right. So specifically with pipes, if you're nervous about your pipes freezing, just leave them at a small drip. And listen, Nick, I did a whole bunch of yard work this week, so I still have hoses that are connected to the outside of the house. Disconnect those, and if you're worried about that, also leave those at a very light drip so the pipes don't freeze. Once water is moving through the pipes, you're good to go, even if it's just a small drip. If they're closed for a long period of time and you're in like this long cold snap, that's when we can see pipes burst. Great question.
Yeah, so let's hope we don't see anything like that, but you might want to take some of those precautions with some of those things. Do we have any other questions, or are we done for right now? We've got one more. Will it be too cold for iguanas?
Oh.
Melody is concerned about the iguanas, which is certainly a fair concern. You know, we don't see them up here in Central Florida, but in the southern part of the state, that is something that we see sometimes. And it's going to be cold in South Florida, too.
I'm worried about the iguanas, too. So iguanas, anything that dips below 40 degrees, we've already kind of had that a little bit. Iguanas will go into like this hibernation state because they're cold-blooded, so they quite literally get a little frozen. And you may see one just laying on the sidewalk. You may get a video of them falling out of a tree. It will be too cold for the iguanas, but luckily they're not dead. They're just in like this little stunned state. And once they warm back up, they'll get moving and they'll be just totally fine. But it may just look a little creepy the first time you see it. I had to do a double take the first time I saw an iguana that was cold stunned on the ground.
Well, last question here, and I think this is a fair one and a good one to end on. From the YouTube chat, M. Campbell 906 saying, Laurel, when will summer come back?
I wish. So looking at a couple of the long-range forecasts, what we are going to see is maybe a little bit of a false warm-up. And I hate to say it like this, is that I think we're going to see a little bit of a warm-up, and then it's going to fall right back into those cooler conditions, as in I think we're going to see a pattern kind of similar to this, but not as cold. I really hope not.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to warm up just a little bit, kind of, it's almost enough to get comfortable, and then it's going to be right back into those cooler conditions. But hopefully by the time we hit end of February, we should kind of be on the mend back to typical temperatures. But it is definitely going to be chilly, folks. I hope you're ready.
Yeah, and we're not going to be done with it just yet. So Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast today.
Thanks, Garrett.
And thank you for sending in your questions. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us here on this Thursday afternoon. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. We're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Today we're going to start in Pinellas County, where a veteran Pinellas County detention deputy is off the job and facing charges after authorities say he beat up an inmate that was in the hospital. Now, this morning, Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri announced the arrest of 66-year-old James Jones. He's a correction officer with more than 2 decades of experience. In fact, he was just 3 years away from retirement when he was fired and booked into the jail. The investigation began back on December 1st at Northside Hospital in St. Petersburg. Inmate George Miller, he had been staying at that hospital for more than a week awaiting surgery following a medical emergency he suffered while at the jail. Now, while Jones was assigned to guard him in the hospital, he reportedly told supervisors Miller was having a quote-unquote temper tantrum. However, a registered nurse there tells a much different story. She reported hearing a shouting match before witnessing Jones punch Miller in the chest with a closed fist. When that nurse checked on the inmate, she said she found him with a bruised cheek as well as a gash over his eye. Sheriff Gualtieri says Jones did not mention any violence initially, but later claimed that the inmate kicked and struck him. Investigators are still trying to determine if Miller was even properly restrained at the time, though the sheriff noted that at least one limb may have been free. Now, while the sheriff acknowledged that Miller does have a long history of being a problematic inmate who frequently taunted staff and caused trouble, he made it clear that the deputy's alleged actions crossed the line. Jones is now charged with 1 count of battery, and he has been released from jail after posting a $1,000 bond. Garrett?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting to hear Sheriff Gualtieri talk about, that what you mentioned at the end there. They said, essentially saying inmates run their mouths. That's kind of what they're used to. And he said there really is no reason to react like that. You have to be a professional as a deputy, as a corrections officer.
Yeah, it is incredibly crucial to be a professional. And again, this wasn't some newbie to the job. This is a veteran detention deputy with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. I mean, he was just 3 years away from retirement. So if anybody should have known what the protocol is and that these inmates, they do mouth off. That's just the way it is. That's how it goes. He's been doing this for so long. He should be used to it. He should be able to rise above it. But again, authorities are saying that he assaulted this inmate while this inmate was at Northside Hospital in St. Petersburg awaiting surgery. Typically, when an inmate is in the hospital for any type of reason, they do have somebody guarding them, and they are usually restrained during that time unless they are undergoing a medical procedure. They are usually restrained with an authority figure watching over them and guarding them. Again, the sheriff said that they are investigating as to whether or not this particular inmate was properly restrained at the time. But the sheriff, he did say that it is possible that one of these inmates' hands was free at the time of this alleged attack. Again, this is something that they are investigating, but a veteran Pinellas County detention deputy is off the job today and facing charges.
We've been talking about the cold weather, and I know the chance for some snow sounds like it's the talk of Tampa Bay.
Yes, this is definitely the talk of Tampa Bay. It has been one of our top stories online since we posted that there could be a chance of snow this weekend. Now, while this buzz is building, we aren't exactly telling you to go out and get those snow shovels ready. However, there is a legitimate, albeit tiny window where we could see some white flakes mixing with the salt air. It all comes down to Gulf effect snow, and this is something that happens when a surge of unseasonably cold Arctic air moves over the relatively warm waters of the Gulf. That temperature contrast causes moist air to rise, creating a narrow band of snow. And for this to happen in Central Florida, all the stars have to align. We need the Arctic air, the onshore winds, and a prolonged wind path over the water, all hitting at once. Now, if we do see anything this weekend, the National Weather Service says the window is narrow. It could happen anytime between Saturday at 11 p.m. through 7 a.m. on Sunday morning. If snow does fall, The areas that will most likely to see it would be the coastal areas of Citrus, Hernando, Pinellas, and Pasco counties. Again, all the meteorologists, they are saying the snow will likely be just light flurries with little to no accumulation. Now, most forecast models are still keeping us dry. This is a slim chance scenario, not a guarantee. And not long ago, a lot of locals, they're still bringing up this great snow that happened back in Tampa in 1977. But meteorologically speaking, this is a completely different beast. That 1977 event was a massive upper level disturbance. And what we're watching now is much more localized and much more rare. And whether we see snowflakes or not, the big cold is definitely going to happen this weekend. We are looking at overnight lows in the 20s and 30s throughout much of next week. And this could go down as the coldest Gasparilla on record. Of course, our big Gasparilla Pirate Festival is happening tomorrow. Now, the wind will be the real story for tomorrow's invasion. It's going to be incredibly choppy on the water, which makes anchoring your boat out there very dangerous. Officers have already expanded the no anchor zone for the flotilla. And as of right now, Ye Mystic crew of Gasparilla says the sail is still a go for Saturday, but they are watching these winds minute by minute. So if you are heading out to the Gasparilla Parade tomorrow, be sure to layer up. It will be a frigid one, and you might want to keep your eye on the sky for a rare Florida flurry. Garrett?
Potentially the coldest Gasparilla on record. I wonder what that's going to do to the crowds. I'm very curious.
I know, yeah, it will be interesting to see how many people turn out for tomorrow's Gasparilla. I remember a few years ago, I believe it was in 2022, it was also supposed to be a very, very chilly Gasparilla, and people still showed up. They had their parkas on along with their pirate gear, so people still turned out. So it will be interesting to see how many people attend tomorrow's Gasparilla Parade.
And finally, a return of the Florida Citrus Festival.
Yes, if you're from the Central Florida area, you probably remember the Citrus Festival as being one of the biggest events of the year. It originally launched all the way back in 1924, and back then it was called the Polk County Orange Festival. And for 84 years, it was a nationwide draw featuring massive parades, banquets, and carnivals. But in 2008, the party stopped. That was because dwindling attendance and the loss of its iconic home at the Orange Dome. So the festival decided to go dark, but that 18-year hiatus is officially over. Destroyer Media and Marketing, alongside Visit Central Florida, is reviving the event. They're bringing in more than 50 vendors, live entertainment, and of course, plenty of fruit. You can expect fruit juicing competitions, agricultural showcases, as well as educational lessons on the industry that helped build this region. It is a significant moment because, believe it or not, there is currently no other citrus festival in the entire state. Organizers say this isn't just a win for Winter Haven, but a huge deal for Florida's identity. Now, local giants like the Dundee Citrus Growers Association, which represents over 100 growers, are helping anchor the event to ensure the industry's roots remain front and center. The festival takes over Central Park and neighboring downtown areas this Saturday. It runs from 11 a.m. until 8 p.m. It is a free, family-friendly way to celebrate the history of the citrus capital. Garrett?
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection, and y'all stay warm at Gasparilla.
Thank you. Yes, we'll be definitely putting on our parkas on Saturday.
All right. Nancy, we appreciate it. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, coming up on 2:30 this afternoon here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. And let's talk a little politics here, because getting a lot of attention across the country this week, a new candidate in Florida's U.S. Senate race. This is up for election this year, is the seat currently held by Ashley Moody, who was appointed by Governor DeSantis to replace Marco Rubio when he was confirmed as Secretary of State. So Ashley Moody running on the Republican side, but facing some challengers, and the race getting very interesting with the entrance this week of Alexander Vindman, who is a former aide with the National Security Council, who was a whistleblower who essentially helped to trigger the first effort to impeach President Donald Trump. A huge fundraising haul after he announced that. His campaign saying this week they raised $1.7 million in the very first day after announcing his candidacy. So joining us live now to talk about this race, the dynamics of it, we've got UCF political science lecturer John Hanley joining us live now via Zoom. And John, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Good afternoon, Garrett.
John, I'm curious what your take is. This we know Ashley Moody has kind of been, talked about in this race for a while. Her initial challenger, Josh Weil, dropped out a while back, and we've seen some people jump in this race. Angie Nixon, a state lawmaker, Jennifer Jenkins, who we'll talk about in a minute. But this name, Alex Vindman, someone who has national recognition. I'm curious what you make of him kind of jumping into the race and what it does at this point on that Democratic primary.
Well, yes, Vindman is a fairly well-known figure in national politics. He was involved in the first Trump impeachment, which goes back now 6 years. So he's somewhat well-known. He'll be able to attract some national fundraising, and you see those numbers from his initial entrance into the race, but it's still going to be an uphill battle for him.
Yeah, $1.7 million raised in the first day, according to the campaign. Is there anything to be gleaned from that at this point?
I don't know that there's too much to be gleaned from it. This is a race that, if Vindman were to be successful, we'd probably be talking about, $100 million or more, especially in a large state like Florida. And so if this is your first entree into that race, that's not going to really set anyone's, ears on fire. Vindman faces the difficulty that he's up against a reasonably successful incumbent in Ashley Moody. Moody won by 6 points in 2018, which was really the high watermark for Democrats in a race in which Ron DeSantis only won by 30,000 in that same year. So she's going to be tough to beat. He doesn't have a long electoral history in the state, and he's never run for public office before. So those mark some pretty big obstacles.
We watch these analysts across the country. One of them being Larry Sabato from the University of Virginia, who has his crystal ball, who has slightly shifted that race since this announcement from, what was a safe Republican seat to a likely Republican seat. Does something like this with someone with some renown, some notoriety at the national level in Vindman, do you think that attracts more attention to where this is going to be a race all of a sudden, that we start seeing money pour in from across the country, that maybe the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee thinks they might have more of a shot now, and that this is something they're going to put a lot of resources in?
Well, this might allow them some room in Florida to avoid getting terribly, blown out. Might require the Republicans to spend a little bit of money in the state of Florida. But if you look at the size of the state and the Republican advantage in voter registration, this is something that's going to be very, very expensive for Democrats to put a concentrated focus behind. It's just one Senate seat. They'd be probably better off, devoting that money to a state that's much closer and much smaller. Will there be people who are giving $50 and $100 and maybe $500 to Vindman because they like him and they like his background and they like his story and they really want to stick it to Donald Trump in his backyard? Sure, there will probably be a lot of people like that, but is it going to be bringing up the scores of millions of dollars that they would need? I'm quite doubtful.
I want to talk a little bit about the primary challenge here. We talked about Jennifer Jenkins, the former Brevard County school board member who was a candidate in this race, who today made an announcement that she is dropping out of this race and has endorsed Alex Vindman in it. If you are Democrats and you are facing these major headwinds that you just outlined here, do you think that they would see a need to kind of drop out and coalesce early behind one candidate? Or do you think we would see a prolonged primary battle in this?
Well, I think it became difficult for Jenkins once someone who was much better known like Vindman entered the race, because you can come out as Vindman did and tell a story about yourself and get people energized about it, the possibility of a Democrat winning the race. But if there's someone who's better known than you, that person's going to soak up a lot of the interest and excitement and money. And so for Jenkins, it seems like it's an unlucky outcome for her, because she might have been the person who soaked up all of that attention and support, but it was much less likely to happen once Vindman entered.
And we know that a lot of factors favorable to Republicans in this seat, but I just want to have you outline as well. We know Ashley Moody, the incumbent right now, she wasn't elected to that seat, but she has been in that seat for a while now. And even just being an incumbent comes with some privileges and some advantages that normally show themselves when it comes to elections anyway.
Sure, she's the incumbent. Her party controls the Senate, so that means it's less likely that she's going to have to face difficult votes, because the Republican leadership is going to try to structure things so that she doesn't have to vote against her constituents. And she's run 2 statewide campaigns for attorney general. So she has a lot of political background. She's the same age as Vindman. He's never run for office. She's run for a bunch of offices and been successful. So those are real advantages for her.
UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, we appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live to talk some politics with us today.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Live look right now, Bayfront Park in downtown Miami. You can see the Kaseya Center in the background as well, home of the Miami Heat. The Orlando Magic went down to Miami last night. They took care of business against the Miami Heat, 133-124 the win. It snapped a losing streak for the Orlando Magic, hopefully getting back on the right track. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It has been a rough stretch for the Magic. There have been reports of some tension in the locker room as well. This afternoon, I had the chance to speak with Orlando Magic beat reporter Jason Beatty from the Orlando Sentinel, who talked with me about what's next for the Magic, about the reports of that potential tension, and why last night's game was a must-win for this Magic team.
I mean, you could talk to anyone in the Magic locker room, coaches, players alike. It was clear how desperate this team needed to find a way to win. And the fact that they had an opportunity to do that on the road against their in-state rival Heat, a team that they had already beaten 3 times earlier this season, I think it was a good opportunity for them to get out and kind of recapture their identity on both ends of the court. So it was clear how badly this one was needed.
So how were they able to right the ship last night?
I think the biggest thing was that, they played with effort, the correct intentionality, a sense of urgency, and not just for, an 8-minute stretch or a half or 3 quarters, but a full 48 minutes. I mean, Miami, actually outscored and took a lead into the half during the second quarter. Orlando responded with the 40-20 run in the third, and Miami even made another push late in the fourth. They got within 6 points with a minute left, and as a team that's dealt with slow starts and poor finishes, they had to earn this one. And I think what they did well was turn defense into offense and play a full 48 minutes. And that's something we haven't seen from this team, in about a month, really.
It has been a rough stretch for the Magic. How have the players and the coaching staff been handling all of this?
Yeah, I think it's a unique position that they're in. Mo Wagner said in the locker room recently that this is one of the toughest stretches that he's been a part of with this team, and he went through majority of the rebuild that they've underwent. So I think it all comes with expectations, right? I mean, this franchise, this organization has gone through a lot over the years, from rebuilding and blowing up to rebuilding again, and I think when you have high expectations, that comes with pressure, and usual frustration that comes during a losing streak can blow up into bigger things. But I think, the veteran voices, the leaders in this locker room have handled it well. And there's definitely been some frustration for sure. But I think they also realize that they're all on the same team and they're all trying to go for the same goal, and that's to win games.
Jason, I want to ask you, and we've got the sound bites here, so I'm just going to let you set it up here, because I know you ask. We've seen some reports of some strained relationship between the head coach and star forward Paolo Banchero. We've got the sound bites of you speaking with them yesterday, but just talk with us a little bit to kind of set this up before we hear what you asked them and how they answered it.
Yeah, it was interesting because, earlier Wednesday, ESPN's Tim McMahon said on a podcast with Brian Windhorst and Tim Bontemps that basically there's a lot of noise around the league that Paolo and Jamal were not seeing eye to eye. That was the direct report, that there's a lot of noise around this strained relationship, and I think that's something you never want to hear between a coach and a star player, regardless of the team. So I took the liberty on the road to ask both individuals, both Jamal and Paolo, about that report and those comments and what they made of it. So I just felt like it was really important to ask about.
Jamal, Tim McMahon said on an ESPN podcast this morning that you and Paolo might not be seeing eye to eye right now. When you hear that, what is your reaction? What do you make of comments like that?
Yeah, I don't really have reactions to that. I think that's, outside opinion, which is the case, and everybody's fair to have their opinion on that. I think what me and Paolo have is a constant level of competitiveness that wants to find a way to get a win. No one's happy when you're on a losing streak, and there shouldn't be happiness on a losing streak. And so I don't give too much to those versus what's going on in our locker room, as our guys have that edge that wants to find a way to get a win.
Paolo, there's been some national noise about your relationship with Jamal Mosley, and obviously you guys have talked about the frustration during this throughout the season and this losing streak. Just what is your relationship like with him, and how has he helped you guys?
Yeah, I mean, he helps us a lot. You know, he's helped me a lot. And, you know, we have a lot of open communication. You know, I wouldn't say, you know, whatever those reports are, I wouldn't say those are true, in my opinion. I think, you know, one thing I know about myself and one thing I know about him is that we're both fierce competitors. And so when you know, you're losing a lot of games and stuff's not going well, you know, people are upset. And, you know, me and him haven't had any blow-ups or arguments or going back and forth. Like, you know, me and him are pretty aligned with, you know, when we talk to each other, trying to figure stuff out. Now, that's not saying when, you know, we lose 4 or 5 in a row that I'm not pissed off, he's not pissed off. But in terms of, like, our relationship, I think it's been good, you know, since I've gotten here. And obviously, as a team, we need to keep improving. And I've been vocal about that. And, you know, he understands that. We all understand that. So I don't think anything that I've said or he said isn't already known in terms of the team and the organization. So
So what do you make of that, Jason, and their response to those questions?
Yeah, I would say when I asked Jamal that before the game, it was a little tense. You know, I could sense that he wasn't happy that I had to ask a question like that. I don't think it was a position any of the guys wanted to be in, and you know, I think it was important to ask about it because this is ESPN. I mean, this is the worldwide leader in sports, right? And reporting on a disgruntled relationship supposedly between your star player and the coach. And by the time that I asked Paolo about it, obviously they had gotten the win. But I need to be really clear, like, I've been around Paolo, I've been around this team now for the better part of 3 seasons. That was one of the most genuine, you know, most eloquent answer, you know, a long worded answer from Paolo that directly denied the report, directly made it clear that he and Jamal, like he said it himself, you know, sure, there's some frustration when you lose 4 or 5 games in a row, but they have a good relationship. At the end of the day, like I said before, they're all trying to get the same goal, and that's to win games, advance in the playoffs, and have a special season. So I think it was really impressive on Paolo's part to, you know, not just deflect or defer, but actually take it straight on and say, I don't know where that's coming from. I don't think it's true in my opinion, and actually go on to talk about their relationship. So it was impressive from Paolo for sure.
Now let's talk about what's next for this team. Against all odds, this team only 2 games above 500, and yet they are still first place in the division because this is a division this year that you know, no one has seemed to kind of want to run away with. So what's next for the Magic?
Well, look, the road doesn't get any easier. I mean, they play the Raptors on Friday. That's a game that just got put on to ESPN, and then they go to San Antonio and Oklahoma City, you know, over the weekend into next week. I mean, that's a really tough stretch of games, and I don't think, you know, this team, even though they did win last night, it doesn't, you know, dispel some of the frustration and some of the things that they need to improve on. They said themselves, there's still work to be done. You know, one win doesn't change the outlook of the season, but it could be a turning point for this group. So, you know, they have a few more games that are going to be challenging. And then going into the trade deadline is next week. They have the All-Star break coming up. It's an important stretch for a team that we've seen in the past when they come out of the All-Star break, you know, string wins together, make a second half push of the season into the postseason. So it's still, you know, they're not out of the woods yet, as I like to say, but they're I think trending in the right direction.
Do you look for this team to make any moves ahead of the deadline?
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, look, Orlando did its big move, I think, this year already. That was when they acquired Desmond Bane, of course, and that's a move we've talked about, you and I, on this show before. And in terms of the trade deadline coming up, I think, you know, unless there's something that makes a lot of sense, I really see the priority for them is to get under the tax. And I know we're getting into the weeds a little bit of, you know, the CBA and collective bargaining and where, you know, where the money stands financially with Orlando. But, you know, they're going to look to get under the tax, and that might be having to make some difficult decisions, you know, whether that's Tyus Jones or Jonathan Isaac or, you know, whoever it might be to you know, get under the tax and make sure that you're financially sound moving forward. But I also know that they still have a roster spot available open to fill. I wouldn't be surprised if they made a push for, you know, a veteran player or two to help, you know, continue to stabilize the locker room and then put them in the right direction. And I think, you know, obviously health has been the biggest thing for this team that's, you know, been detrimental to them this season, as it was last year. So I think there's some moves that they can make that can help them both financially and on the court, on both ends.
All right, Jason Beatty, the Orlando Magic beat reporter for the Orlando Sentinel. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you.
Give you a live look right now at the Kia Center ahead of tomorrow's game. The Magic host the Raptors, 7:30 p.m. Again, that one is going to be on national TV, and the Magic hoping to keep things going after a big win in Miami last night. We've got more Florida Live next, so keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. We've talked about the freeze that is coming up this weekend. We had the chance to catch up earlier today with Lake County Emergency Management Director Megan Milanese, who talked about the shelters that they are opening in Lake County and also some tips for folks to stay safe in the cold this weekend.
Yeah, so we are expecting to see extremely frigid temperatures enter the county this weekend, starting about Saturday evening into Sunday morning, and then it's going to stick around throughout the rest of the day Sunday and into Sunday evening into Monday morning. So we're just telling folks that it's going to be real cold out, pretty unpleasant, windy, and we have some resources available for folks who might need a safe place to stay during those frigid temperatures.
What kind of concerns should be people looking at it? With those temperatures, what kind of temperatures are 20s right now?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking with wind chills as low as in the teens. It's going to be very cold, colder than it's been in many years. So we are asking our residents, especially if they're maybe in a vulnerable position, if they have a home that they can't heat adequately, or maybe they don't have a home at all, we are asking those folks to take us up on our resources that we're offering at the Salvation Army to have a safe place that's going to be warm to sleep. Those shelters are going to be open from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. nightly during the cold weather, and there's also going to be a warming center during the day so that nobody has to worry about, you know, some of the ill effects that they might experience from the cold weather.
So how many shelters do you got set up?
Just the one at the Salvation Army.
Where is that at?
It's in Leesburg.
Leesburg?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, at home, what should I do? What shouldn't I do, actually?
Well, some of the best things to do are going to be protect plants, pets, and people, right? So you're going to want to cover any plants that you don't want to get affected by the freeze, because we're expecting hard freeze temperatures. Keep the pets inside, and if you don't have anything else to do, you might want to consider staying inside yourself.
There's one tip you keep somebody not to do when it's cold outside and you got a problem with heating your house. What shouldn't they do?
Well, if they can't heat their house adequately, they probably shouldn't stay there. They should probably stay with us in one of our warming shelters.
What are you going to provide the shelters?
So the shelters have pretty basic accommodations. There's going to be some food, water, cots will be available. There should be blankets, but folks do need to, if they can, they should bring kind of their own comfort items, pillows, things like that. But it's basic accommodations, and it's really just intended to keep our residents safe.
Do you have an idea of how many people might show up?
We've had anywhere between 20 to 30 over the last couple of nights that we've been sheltering.
And this is going to go to when?
We're going to be sheltering at least through Saturday through Sunday, and then Sunday into Monday, and then we're looking at additional dates based on additional forecasting information.
People who want to go to the shelter or get some help, how do they get a hold of you guys?
So the best thing that they can do is follow our social media, go to our website for more information, and then if they want direct alerts with the information about how to get to our shelters, they can text the word cold to the code 888-777, and then they'll get direct text alerts with all the information from our press releases, transportation information, etc.
If I'm old school and I don't have any of those availabilities, is that a phone number? Or?
Folks can always call the Office of Emergency Management line, which is 352-343-9420, if they really can't access the information any other way.
Is there anything else that I missed here?
I would just redo the part on the days that are going to be open, and then just saying that our local libraries.
So officials in Lake County, among the counties that are opening up shelters and taking steps to make sure folks stay safe. As you heard them say, if your heat isn't working or if you don't have shelter, this is definitely a weekend, especially Sunday night and beyond, where things are just going to get cold, too cold to be out there. So whatever the circumstance may be, make sure you go somewhere warm, because the wind chills in the teens, again, that is serious cold. So we'll have more coverage of the Florida freeze coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. More coverage tomorrow on our live streaming news coverage as well. I want to let you know we have more live streaming news coverage continuing at 3 o'clock over on Fox Local and YouTube. So if you're already watching on our live stream, sit tight. You don't have to do anything if you're watching us on TV. We're just about out of time here, but we will be continuing our news coverage over there. At 3 o'clock, I want to let you know we will be streaming our full conversation with Byron Donalds, the congressman from Southwest Florida, who is running for governor. This is part of our series of conversations, 30-minute sit-down interviews with the 5 major candidates for Florida governor, where we've had the chance to speak with them pretty in depth about a number of different policy positions and things like that. So we've been playing those throughout the week. You can also find all of them right now on the Fox Local app and also on YouTube if you'd like to see those at your own pace. So we've got those coming up. We've got our conversation with Byron Donalds coming up in just about a minute and a half coming up on our live stream. So thanks for joining us today. It has been a busy last 4 hours and a busy hour here of Florida Live. We hope you join us every day for our live streaming news coverage. And as we wrap up here, let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando and Lake Eola on this Thursday afternoon. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you soon. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for watching Fox 35 News Plus as we talk with the candidates for Florida governor in 2026. Today, we're sitting down with Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, on this Saturday, we are catching up with you here at the Villages. You just finished up a campaign event talking to a couple hundred people out there, it looked like. They had the chance to ask you a lot of questions. So just talk to me about the campaign trail and what you're seeing from voters that you're getting the chance to talk to all across the state.
Well, the campaign trail has been great. It's actually been a lot of events like this. We've been in 50 counties in Florida already. We're going to get to the other 17. We're going to do a couple reruns, second time here in the Villages. Really excited. I think the biggest thing is, it's about talking about the issues that matter to the people of Florida. We do a lot of Q&A sessions with voters where they just come in, they have their question heard. Sometimes it gets opened up to the floor and we just see what else people want to talk about. You want to make sure you're addressing a couple of key concerns. Number one, Governor DeSantis has done a great job. People want to make sure the state's going to continue in the direction that it's going. We are committed to that. I voted for a lot of his agenda when I was in the state house, his first 2 years as governor. And, in my time in Congress, still standing for conservative principles up there, although it's a lot harder to get it accomplished in Washington for obvious reasons. But then number two, talking about taxes, insurance, water quality, transportation, the future of the state's economy, education for our kids. These are all still going to be the issues that need to be addressed going forward, and I'm definitely prepared to meet that challenge and excited for the opportunity to lead Florida into the future.
We'll get into a lot of those issues that we know are important to Florida voters, but I first want to ask you, why potentially leave Congress to run for governor here in Florida? What made you want to take that step and make that decision?
Well, first, Florida's future really does matter to America, and our state's going to need a governor who, number one, knows the apparatus here in Florida, but then also in Washington. That's going to be very important. Number two, a governor who has really good ties with the presidential administration to be able to advocate for Florida's interest at a moment's notice. That's going to be critical, especially around times of storms and things like that. But then the third thing is my background was in finance, financial services, banking, insurance. These are all going to be important things that the state's going to have to figure out, especially insurance, going into the future. And last but not least, Florida needs a conservative governor to follow in the footsteps of Ron DeSantis, who is a conservative governor. And I fit that bill as well. So when it came time to starting to think about that, I decided probably the next thing for me was to throw my hat in the ring and run for governor. And it's been going very well. I'm very excited about the progress, but we still have a long way to go. We want to make sure we're earning the vote of the people of Florida.
You mentioned President Trump. You do have the endorsement of President Trump. I'm curious how that came about. Did he talk to you about it ahead of time, or how did that kind of go down?
I mean, he and I talked about it off and on, but mostly it was focused on first, helping him to get elected back in 2024, and then in early 2025 about the work on his agenda in Congress. And he asked me, he's like, "Is this what you want to do?" And I said, "Yeah, it's what I want to do." And he was like, "Okay," and then he made a decision. I was actually in Naples when he made the decision to endorse me. I was in an event with another member of Congress and people in Southwest Florida. And so I got the phone call from the president, and obviously you got to pick up his call. And so I'm in the middle of the event, I answered his call, and he told me about it. So I'm incredibly honored to have President Trump's endorsement because he doesn't give it lightly. He has a lot of criteria for it, but the number one thing is that he wants his now home state to continue to thrive, continue to be vibrant, and that's why I'm honored to have his endorsement to be Florida's next governor.
Let's talk affordability. Those were the first few questions we heard here.
Of course.
Those are often the questions that we hear. We know that is a top issue on voters' minds. How did we get here to where, some say an affordability crisis here in the state of Florida right now? How did we get here?
Well, first of all, you got to acknowledge the reality, not just in Florida, but around the United States. What we had was terrible economic policy from Joe Biden and the Democrats, which created an inflation that ripped through our entire economy, and no industry was safe from it. We all remember coming out of COVID, prices just started skyrocketing. And that's because the Biden administration was spending so much money at a time where they created a labor shortage, and that's how we got to where we are. Here in Florida, because people were trying to escape New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, Illinois, California, housing prices went up because people were just buying property in our state. That's how we got here. The question is, what are we going to do about it? I think, number one, obviously what the governor wants to do around property tax elimination for homesteaded Floridians, I fully support the governor's plan. Hope he and the legislature can get to an agreement so we can get that on the ballot this year. When it comes to insurance, like I said out there, the governor and the legislature did some very important tort reforms around property insurance and auto insurance that are stabilizing rates in property and casualty and auto insurance rates. Those rates are coming down. We want to continue to follow up on that work and then re-examine the state's entire insurance regulatory framework so we can find ways to bring new carriers into the state, continue to allow for more competition, which will further push insurance rates down. But then those are the first two. But number three overall is, how do you build out the homes that we're going to need going forward? We want to be efficient with people's time. We don't want to have people bogged down in red tape and bureaucracy when they're trying to build new homes and build, in some respects, new apartments. Because when you have dead time in projects, that's not free. It still costs the end user that money. The developers and the contractors, they don't pay that bill. It's passed on to the consumer. So from a government side, we want to be efficient with the development of these projects. If you can build housing more quickly, it actually decreases the cost of housing. That's going to have a major impact for the future of our state.
I was going to ask about housing costs and housing supply, and how do you balance that as well with making sure we don't overdevelop as a state?
Listen, overdevelopment is something I don't want. Nobody wants to see that. I think we have to be strategic about planning the future of the state's growth by regions. I think that's going to be very important. It's about getting the various counties in a region on the same page about permitting timelines, about where you're going to build housing and where you're going to maintain the rural fringe, where you're going to protect agricultural lands, where you're going to protect conservation areas, where you're going to protect water quality. That's all important. It's a part of the beauty of Florida. And, you know, as I've traveled the state, like I said, I've been in 50 counties. In my time in government, whether that's in Congress the last 5 years or in the State House the 4 years before that, I've been in every county in our state. We have a beautiful state that we want to maintain, we want to protect, but you also have to have a plan for how you're going to build the new housing that we're going to need into the future. If you don't do that, then what's going to happen is the price of all housing is going to continue to go up, and that's not in the best interest of Floridians either.
Look, I do want to ask you about property taxes and the concerns we heard from one voter out here today about what it means for revenue of local governments and some of the services that we rely on, and you know, that is something that we have seen in polling is a concern of folks all around Florida about what the impact would be. I think everyone would like to say, well, I don't want to, you know, I don't have to pay property taxes. That's great. But how do you address some of those concerns about what it would mean for the services that local communities and people rely on?
Well, look, I support what the governor's trying to accomplish. I want to make sure that our sheriffs, our police officers, firefighters, the road construction, our schools, our maintenance, that stuff, it continues to be handled. Looking forward to seeing the governor's plan. His plan is going to be detailed to address all these things, and I think he, working with the legislature, that's where a lot of the details around this very question you're talking about are really going to get hammered out. If they're not able to accomplish something, then it's going to be my responsibility as the state's next governor to try to provide that relief for homeowners in our state, because that is important. We have to remember that people who make Florida their home, they're not a piggy bank for local governments. And so local governments do have a responsibility to contain their costs, control their costs, lower them where they can, because seniors on fixed incomes or young families just starting out, they don't have the resources to just pay higher and higher property taxes. So there's a real balance there. I think removing homestead property taxes is important for the future of the state, but we have to balance that and mitigate that with what we have to do to continue services. But like I said out there, around 75 to 80% of all property taxes in our state are non-homestead property taxes. About 20 to 25% are homestead property taxes. So there's a way where we can still address the needs that local governments have, that citizens have for services, which are critical, garbage pickup, wastewater treatment facilities, all those issues that local government has to manage, while also not increasing the cost burden on people who call Florida their home.
Let's talk about immigration. We know right now the state is playing a large role when it comes to illegal immigration enforcement and getting national attention for the kind of role that we're playing as a state right now. Would that continue under a Donald's administration?
Yes, it's going to continue. We are going to continue to cooperate with President Trump and his team around supporting frankly, the mandate from the American people. I was on the campaign trail with the president just as much as anybody. It's a mandate from the American people. No matter what part of the state of the country we were in, it was clear Americans wanted to see criminal illegal aliens being sent back to their home countries, and they wanted to see the border secured. The border secured is a mission accomplished from President Trump. He's already been able to do that. Now it's the responsibility of states working with the federal government to get these criminal illegal aliens out of our state and out of our country, and we're going to be committed to that work, the same way Governor DeSantis is.
There have been some questions and concerns about due process for these people who've been detained. How do you respond to those questions and concerns?
Well, first of all, if you're in the country illegally, you do not have the same level of due process as an American citizen. Let's be very clear on this. The Constitution is clear. The Supreme Court has been clear on this. There is not the same level that you or I or any citizen of our country would have with respect to due process. You simply do not, because you're not in the country legally. And so there is a process to go through deportation. There is what happens now is your identity is checked. Your documentation is checked. If you're here illegally in the country, then we go through that process before the deportation detainer is issued, and then you're removed from the United States. That is the due process afforded to an illegal alien in the United States. But it needs to be understood by, frankly, everybody. This is not even a political question. For all people in our country, all citizens in our country, the level of due process for an American citizen is not the level for an illegal alien. Just like if an American citizen goes abroad, you do not maintain American due process at the standard of the United States Constitution and of American law if you're in another country. You simply don't.
After the ICE shooting in Minnesota this week, we heard the Democratic mayor of Minneapolis say that having ICE agents and a presence like that in communities causes chaos. What do you say about that?
He's a clown. The mayor of Minneapolis is a fool. And part of the reason that Minneapolis is in the shape that it's in is because of him. The reality is that you cannot have sanctuary jurisdictions in your country. How do you have a situation where there are rules in a city that are different from the federal rules when it comes to immigration? That dislocation is not being brought by the federal government or the Trump administration. That's being brought by people like Mayor Fry, like people like Governor Walz, Governor Newsom, Governor Pritzker, Governor Hochul. Probably we'll find out very shortly. He's already talked about it. Mayor Mamdani in New York. They are the ones creating these dislocations and these issues, not federal law enforcement. We have to understand that when Joe Biden was president of the United States, they were not following federal immigration law. They were ignoring that law. They were subverting the law. They were not enforcing it. Donald Trump won a political mandate. He swept the battleground states. He won the popular vote on the mandate of securing this nation and deporting criminal illegal aliens. So if you're a mayor in Minneapolis, you don't have the legal authority to stop ICE from actually following federal law. You don't have that ability. You can make whatever statement you want, but it doesn't coincide with the law. And I will add, especially in light of the shooting, it's people like Mayor Fry that have incited a lot of this unrest, where people don't know which way is coming or going. Because they're gaslighting, they're issuing propaganda. He's told ICE that they have to get out of Minneapolis in order for it to be safe. That is a lie. Simply not true. The truth is you have some of these Democrat officials who are either directly in cahoots or fully in support of these front groups, these paid for front groups, these paid agitators who are trying to stop ICE from continuing its mission. And that's simply not going to be tolerated in the state of Florida. I can't worry about the state of Minnesota, but what's happening there is wrong. And a lot of the images people are seeing on TV now is because you have Democrat officials who want wide open borders. They want no immigration checks. They want our communities to be overrun, and that is not fair and it's not right to the American people. People trying to find a way just to make ends meet and build the American dream for themselves.
Let's talk education. I know it's an issue that is important to you and to your wife as well.
Yes.
We've talked a lot about school vouchers in Florida, and you're seeing, parents obviously have a lot. We're seeing the appetite for that. How do you make sure, though, that the public schools are still adequately funded as they lose students?
Well, listen, first of all, funding in the public school system is predicated on enrollment. If children are enrolled in traditional public schools, the money follows the child. The same way, if a parent decides they want to enroll their child in a private school or a charter school, or they want to homeschool, the money follows the child that way as well. So if for the superintendents in our state and the traditional public schools in our state, if you want to have more students enrolling in your schools, you got to make sure you're providing a better output. That's what we should be doing. Listen, I think that we should be funding the education of the public. That's been my position for more than 15 years. And what that means is the money follows the child. If traditional public schools want more enrollments in their schools, then you have to do a better job. And you have to prove to parents that you're doing a better job. That's what matters. In terms of, that's how they get their funding today. And let's talk about on the local level, property taxes. Every school district in our state is a taxing district. They have the ability to leverage property taxes, and they all do. And what's happening in a lot of our large counties is that their populations are decreasing, but they're still leveraging the property taxes. So how is that fair to the taxpayer? We're always going to have a traditional public school system in our state, primarily because the public schools have more infrastructure than anybody. They have more seats than anybody. They have more buildings than anybody. They have the football fields. They have the basketball gyms. They got the baseball fields, and they got the weight rooms. So they're always going to be a part of Florida. But the decider of where that money goes is going to be parents. Parents are at the head of the table in the state of Florida. That will remain.
Do you think teachers are paid enough here?
I think teachers, we got to find ways to pay them more. I think so. And we got to be creative about ways that we do it. But let's be clear, teachers are professionals. They need to be treated like professionals. Right now, as we pay teachers, we don't treat them as professionals. It's a sliding scale payment system in Florida. You're paid the same base rate, and then you get additional kickers based upon how many years that you serve or how many other credentials that you have. That's how we pay our teachers in Florida. I will have teachers be paid as professionals. You are paid for how well you do. And I think that's what everybody would want to see. That's my opinion.
Higher education, it's been years since Florida has had to raise in-state tuition. Is that something that you would like to see continue, and would it be feasible to see continue into the future?
I don't think it's feasible to have to raise tuition in our state, because look at the output of our university system. We have the best university system in the country. Our young people are graduating with great degrees. The thing I want to see going forward is that we make sure that they're graduating with degrees that are economically viable. Every college degree is not the same. Let's be honest about that. And if you're going to talk about college education at large, let's also talk about making sure that our kids coming out of high school are on a pathway to success. It's not just about going to the university system. It's about what credential do you need, what's going to help you put food on the table, what's going to help you be able to raise a family, what's going to be able to help you pay your rent and actually, or pay your mortgage if you have an ability to buy a home. And whether it's high school, the state college system, or the state university system, we want every child in Florida to be on a pathway to economic success. That's going to be the future of Florida. In terms of tuition in the university system, I see no reason why we would even need to talk about raising tuition, because last time I checked, when I see some of our universities, the buildings all look great and new. The kids are getting degrees, and they're working hard every single day in our classrooms. So it's not about raising tuition. That's not the answer. It's about making sure our kids are on a pathway to viability. And as long as our kids are on a pathway to being economically viable, having the skills they need, having the credentials they need, and the training they need, then I don't think we have to worry about raising revenues.
Healthcare. If the Obamacare subsidies expire, we've seen reports of premiums going through the roof in some cases. There's no state that could be impacted more by that than Florida, because of the number of folks who use those similar plans. Right. Do you believe the state should play a role in doing more to kind of help with that?
With subsidies?
With affordable health care for folks when it comes to things like Medicaid and things like that. Should there be a larger role that the state plays to make sure costs stay down for people?
Well, first and foremost, we're not going to expand Medicaid in our state. Medicaid expansion in other states has really put a major burden on those states where their budgets have ballooned and they really have no way of getting costs under control, which then bleeds into the taxpayer, and then the taxpayer has to come up with more money. We were talking about affordability earlier. One of the things that will make our state less affordable is Medicaid expansion. Because the ugly truth is the federal government cannot continue to pay for Medicaid expansion the way it was promised under Barack Obama. Two, the Affordable Care Act, or really the Unaffordable Care Act, is not helping. That entire program needs to be reformed. So it's not about Florida doing more, it's about the federal government doing what is right, which is reforming that health insurance law so people have more options to get lower cost policies that they can afford while still accessing health care. That's going to be critically important going forward. Subsidies going to health insurance companies is not the answer. And the only people advocating for that are the Democrats and insurance companies. They're advocating for it. And I get the cost burden on people because they went to go reapply for their health insurance or seeing these premiums spike. But let's be clear about why that is. It's because Obamacare is broken. It was written and designed for health insurance premiums to consistently rise over time. And the answer from the Democrats would be, oh, well, we just need single payer health care, or we just need Medicaid for all. That's actually the Bernie Sanders plan. That's the AOC plan. That's what they want to do. That is not going to be the answer for health insurance and healthcare costs in Florida or anywhere else in America. So my position is clear. Senator Rick Scott, our senator, Representative August Pfluger of Texas, they have a very good bill that would reform the Affordable Care Act space, actually decrease health insurance premiums for people here in Florida and all through the country, where you wouldn't have to go and borrow money from America's future, from America's kids, to pay for health insurance premiums today. That's the actual answer. And let's be very clear. These subsidies, they don't fix the problem. They just cover the problem. We have to actually have real solutions that have real results in the lives of people. That's what we should be doing going forward.
Vaccine mandates.
Yes.
There's a lot of talk about eliminating those, but there's also, we see concern from parents who send their kids to school and don't want to see, some of those things spread. Where do you stand on that, and how do you address some of those concerns?
Well, look, I've already answered this in a couple of areas. When it comes to the vaccines that came out through rulemaking, I think that those should not be mandated. That stuff was not mandated by the state legislature, signed by any governor in the history of our state. That's stuff that the Department of Health just threw on the mandated list. I have 3 sons, okay? I've seen the vaccination schedule change from my oldest son, who is 22, to the one who's 14. And it's been more vaccines required from the 14-year-old than from the 22-year-old. That doesn't change the health criteria of my sons. So that's number one. Number two, when it comes to the ones that are mandated, I think there's a serious conversation that's going to be had about polio, the polio vaccine. That's something that only the state legislature can pass through both chambers. We'll see what the legislature gets accomplished this year. What I do want to see, I want parents to be able to make far more decisions about these vaccines. Even in Florida law today, a parent can choose a religious exemption to not vaccinate their children if that's what they want to do. That's in Florida law now. We'll see where the governor ends up with. I know they have a desire to go directly to informed consent. I've talked to the Surgeon General about this, Mr. Latipo, about his desire to go fully to informed consent. I think there's merit to that, but there has to be a real dialogue around polio, smallpox. I think those 2 vaccines that have been around for a very long time. But the others, no, they should not be mandated. I think those are ones where informed consent should be enough. And I think you'll see overall, let's take hepatitis B for a moment. Why are we giving a 4-month-old hepatitis B? Why are we giving them a hepatitis B vaccine at 4 months old, 2 months old, or wherever it is in the vaccine schedule today? These are the real conversations we need to have. I think another solution is actually spreading out the vaccine schedule. Why are we having newborns being jabbed with all these vaccines so early in life? If anything, spread them out. Make sure that the ones that were done in rulemaking, which I think the governor's already going to do, and I fully support that those actually are informed consent vaccines. If a parent chooses they want to do that, they can. And that's where we should be going forward.
We're almost out of time here. Want to get to know you a little bit.
Sure.
Favorite song on your campaign playlist?
Right now it's John Cena, My Time Is Now. that's what plays when we go in and out. So it's a good one.
And what would you say is your go-to meal when you've got maybe a big event coming up or something like that? What would you say is your go-to?
I'm not really a foodie, so I'm not a foodie guy. I don't have like a favorite meal. It's what's close, what's good. Let's do that, and you keep going.
What's next for you on the campaign trail?
Heading to Tampa, and then I'm going to be back in D.C. this week. And then next weekend, I don't even know where I am next week. I got to look back at the calendar. We're everywhere. We're using every day possible to campaign and get around the state. And, I'm excited about that. Might try to see if we get to Miami for the national championship, see if we can get in there for that.
All right, be rooting for the Canes in that one. That'll be something different for you.
I'm a Seminole. It's different. I haven't done this one before, but that's all right. No, I hope they win. They've done a great job this year. They have a great team. And I watched the game last night. Indiana looks tough.
Yeah, they're going to be tough to beat. Congressman Donalds, we appreciate it.
Awesome.